Your Worship, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody, and welcome. We'll call this meeting to order. Under item number 1.1, we have our land acknowledgement. We'll turn that to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tionantadi, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maegwish. Moving on to item number 2, proclamations. We have no proclamations today. And item number 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a disclosure of pecuniary interest, please let me know. Item number 4 is adoption of the agenda, and I'm going to look, 4.1, I'm going to look to our clerk to speak to this. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. For members of Council and the public joining us today, we do have a consultant joining us in closed session at noon today. So Council will consider a motion to enter closed at that time, following in which we will have a recess for lunch and then return to open session. I just want the public to be aware. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And so I do have 4.1, a recommendation that the contents of the agenda for May 16, 2024 be approved as circulated. Questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ego and Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, approval of the minutes. We have a motion that the minutes of the council meeting held April 25th, 2024 are hereby adopted as circulated. Any questions on these minutes? Comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. 5.2, special council meeting, May 10th, 2024. The recommendation is that the minutes of the special council meeting held May 10th, 2024 are hereby adopted as circulated. Questions or comments on these minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White and Councillor Belanger, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 6 on the agenda, statutory public meetings. We do have one today at 6.1, public meeting under the Planning Act, the official plan OP 002-24, zoning bylaw amendment Z00424. This is a public meeting regarding the official plan amendment application, town file number OP 002-2024, and zoning bylaw amendment application, town file number Z004-24, for the subject lands known as 5 John Street and 274 Coastline Drive. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. For Council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make Council aware of the public's comments and to ask and clarify any questions you may have. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of Council regarding these applications. To make a written request for notice at this meeting, please fill in the planning public meeting sign-in sheet, which is located just in front of us here at the podium and beside the Deputy Clerk, who is seated at the side of Council chambers. It's pretty in-depth. Town planning staff are now here to make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments. Planning staff, Trevor? All right.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. Mr. Cameron Watt is the planner assigned, and he will present the Planning Department's presentation, followed by that of the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Cameron, good morning. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning to Council, to staff, and to any members of the public who are in attendance this morning. As you can see on the screen, pardon me, I'm getting good at doing this. The applications before you this morning are official plan amendment application OP 00224 and zoning bylaw amendment application Z00424. And the applicant who has submitted these applications is Sajeki Planning, Inc. And 2 members from that planning consulting firm are in attendance today, as well as a senior partner, from the firm is also online on the call to field any questions that council may have. So this is just a brief overview of the staff presentation this morning. As outlined on the slide, staff will first speak to the purpose of the public meeting, followed by a brief overview of the planning application process to date. We'll then go through a description of the subject lands and an introduction of the applications. So a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for an official plan amendment application, as well as a zoning bylaw amendment application. Town planning staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council, as well as the general public. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide the public with an opportunity to share comments and make oral submissions to council. This is just a slide that overviews the planning application process. So as indicated on the screen, the applications, plural, have been received. They've been deemed complete by staff, and a notice of complete application and public meeting were circulated as per applicable Planning Act requirements. We're now here at the public meeting. Moving forward, there'll be a thorough staff and agency review of the applications, followed by a staff recommendation report to council. Ultimately, council will make a decision on the application, and the applications are also subject to an appeal period. So the lands subject to the applications consist of 3 separately conveyable parcels. These lands are known as 5 John Street, 274 Coastline Drive, as well as a vacant parcel, and the legal description is on the screen before you. The lot area consists of a total combined lot area of approximately 0.25 hectares. The total combined lot frontage is approximately 33.5 meters along Coastline Drive and approximately 84.25 meters along John Street. The surrounding uses consist of the beachfront to the north, which is recognized as the natural hazards designation in the town's official plan. The surrounding development to the south, to the east, and to the west is residential. The proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application submissions are intended to facilitate a proposed development consisting of 10 semi-detached dwelling units in 5 buildings, and the applicant will be providing further details in that regard in their presentation. The applicant has indicated that they are intending to submit applications for site plan control as well as a plan of subdivision at a later date. So just looking at the existing official plan designation that's applicable to these lands, the lands are designated settlements as per the County of Simcoe official plan. The existing Town of Wasaga Beach official plan designation is residential, and that's indicated in white on the screen. The surrounding Town of Wasaga Beach official plan designations are residential, as mentioned, that's indicated in white, and natural hazards, which is the beachfront, which is indicated in green. The proposed official plan amendment application would redesignate the subject lands from the residential designation to the medium density residential designation. The proposed medium density residential designation would also establish site-specific policy exceptions. And again, the applicant's presentation will go into more detail in that regard. With regards to the existing zoning on the property, all 3 properties, the entirety of the subject lands, are zoned residential type 1. The permitted uses under the residential type 1 category include, but are not limited to, a single detached dwelling unit as well as accessory uses. The surrounding zones, as indicated on the screen, are primarily residential type 1, as well as a accommodation commercial or CA zone to the south. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the existing residential type 1 zone to a residential type 2 exception zone. The residential type 2 exception zone would establish site-specific zone provisions to facilitate the development of the proposed semi-detached dwelling units. And again, the applicant will be providing further details in that regard. So again, this is a public meeting that's required by the Planning Act. Town planning staff have provided a brief presentation with regards to the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing, but not yet completed. And staff will be forwarding all comments received to council following this public meeting. And ultimately, a recommendation report by staff will be brought forth to council at a later date. And, whoops, there we go. And in closing, if anyone has any questions for planning staff, our contact information is on this slide. And this link is a link to all the submission materials that have been provided by the applicant to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron. We now have a presentation to be made by the applicant's agent, and I believe that that is, those gentlemen today are Morgan Dundas and Daniel Gordon. Good afternoon, or sorry, good morning. Come on forward. Just ask you to turn your microphone on, the silver button in the middle, and the floor is yours.
And stand back. Is this good?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
So my name is Morgan Dundas. I'm a senior planner at Sejeki Planning. I'm joined by Daniel Gordon behind me, as well as a partner at our firm, David Sejeki. He couldn't make it for scheduling restrictions and something that came up. So he's online, just in case you've got any additional questions. I do also want to say I'm happy to provide my email and my phone number in case anybody has further questions. Totally willing to have further discussions post meeting. So as Cameron mentioned and did a great job of presenting, the property addresses are 5 John Street and 274 Coastline Drive. So just some key statistics, and the bottom of the chart got cut off there, but you can see the context map on the bottom right, and obviously the subject site on the left-hand side. So the addresses are 5 John Street and 274 Coastline Drive. Site area is about 2,500 square meters. Frontage on John Street is about 84.3 meters squared, and the frontage on Coastline Drive is about 33.9, almost 34 meters. These are just some views of the subject site. So you'll see the two on the top side there from John Street, whereas the view on the bottom left is actually looking from the bay itself back at the site. And let me just see if this laser pointer works. That's the subject site right in there. These are just a bit of context in terms of amenities and existing transportation or services, as you will. So as I'm sure you're aware, the site, or I should say Concession Road West, is serviced by the Wasaga Beach Transit route. And the subject site in terms of roadways and classifications is located on a local municipal road. These are just some nearby developments and nearby precedents, which I'm sure, again, you're all aware of. So you have 360 Coastline Drive, which was recently approved 22-unit townhouse development, which is located right here, is number 1. And then you've got 400 Coastline Drive, which is a 36-unit condominium residential apartment, which is located here, is number 2. As you can see, both are located east of John Street and are in close proximity to the subject site. Another is a 38-lot residential condominium subdivision, if you will, which is Optima Valley. So just some high-level stats. Building typology is semi-detached dwelling units. The height of those being 3 stories or 14.25 meters. I do just want to point out as well that the 14.25 meters is not the main building element, if you will. There's actually just a bit of a rooftop elevated staircase to access rooftop patios, so it's not an absolute 14.25 for the entire building. The gross floor area is about 2,000 square meters, give or take. The number of residential units is 10. Those are split up into 5 buildings, as Cameron mentioned. Lot coverage is about 39%. And parking spaces, there's 20 parking spaces in total, 10 to be enclosed in garages, and 10 that'll be located on the driveway just in front. Here's just a very basic site plan. As you can see, you've got the various buildings, so building 1, building 2, 3, 4, 5, and those are all semi-detached units, so 2 within each. As you can see, there's generous sodded areas We are actually in the process of retaining a landscape architect who will develop a landscape plan, and that'll be also based on further discussions with, obviously, everyone here, including members of the public, to include such things as trees, hedges, fencing, et cetera. These are just basic floor plans, so not to confuse anyone, essentially going left to right, you've got the ground floor plan, second floor plan with divisions here. So you can see the general floor layout. And what I was alluding to before is this element here is for the rooftop, essentially the staircase to access the rooftop element. So a fairly minor floor plan. Here again is a section, again, what I was alluding to earlier was the enclosed staircase, which takes up a pretty insignificant portion of the roof. So the required official plan amendments, so currently the site is designated residential. We are currently seeking to redesignate the property as medium density residential to permit semi-detached units, which are permitted on the site. But we are slightly over the permitted density for the site, and that's just based on a ratio of site area as opposed to unit yield on the site itself. So a maximum of 10 residential units calculated at a ratio of 40 units per residential hectare. And the required zoning bylaw amendment, again, a little bit of just crossover with text there, but essentially, these are the site-specific zoning regulations that we'd be seeking to permit. And they're all spelled out with the exception of a little bit of a technical error there. But the minimum lot frontage would be 7.7 meters, minimum lot area 240 square meters. Exterior side yard would be 3.7 meters, interior side yard 1.2 meters. Again, maximum building height 14.3 meters, with three stories is the maximum height, and a slight exception in regards to porch and veranda projections into the rear yard. These are the associated studies that we've submitted with the application itself. And again, if anybody reaches out via email or otherwise, I'd be happy to share those. And their findings. And questions, I know it's not really a question back and forth period, just more so comments, but happy to answer any questions.
All right, well, thank you very much, Daniel. Well, now, the town will now ask the public to speak if they wish to provide comment in favor or in opposition of this development. And before we get to folks here in the audience, I'll look to our deputy clerk to see if there's anyone online who wishes to speak to this.
Thank you, Your Worship. We will have the clerk actually read out aloud some comments from Lisa Carboni. She is attending virtually.
All right, thank you very much. So we do have Ms. Carboni attending virtually.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is our understanding Lisa is joining us online. However, she's provided correspondence from her legal counsel, of which I'll provide a summary of that correspondence. It will be provided to council in its entirety and considered by planning staff prior to bringing that recommendation report to council.
All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are counsel to Lisa Carboni, the owner of property located at 282 Coastline Drive. Ms. Carboni's property is located one property to the east of 274 Coastline Drive, which together with 5 John Street comprise the properties which are the subject of proposed development applications. Due to the proximity of the property, Ms. Carboni has significant concerns with the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Ms. Carboni is concerned that the proposal is significantly increase the density and height permitted on the subject lands, while greatly reducing setbacks, which will result in development that will be entirely out of character with the surrounding neighborhood and will cause undue adverse impacts on surrounding properties in the form of a loss of privacy, increase in noise, traffic conflicts, and overlook.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone else, Madam Deputy Clerk, online who wishes to comment or has questions on this matter?
No, I believe not. Lisa, do you have any additional comments that you'd like to speak to?
The only comment I'd like to add is, my apologies that I could not be there in person today, but the only comment I'd like to add is, as much as the building structure is going to go to 4 stories, and the planner suggested that it's only taking a portion of that, that 4th level, I believe that there is going to be some trellising there. And obviously, these people are going to be on the 4th floor using umbrellas and so forth, and that's going to also increase noise because they're on a higher level, and that noise will transfer even further.
All right, well, thank you very much for your comments, Lisa. All right, if there's no one else further online, I'll look to anyone here in the audience who wishes to come forward. State your name and address for the record, who has comments or questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would ask that Jim Sutton come up to the podium to speak.
All right. Good morning, Jim. Just ask you to push the silver button on the microphone there.
Good morning. My name is Jim Sutton. I'm at 592 River Road East and 584 and 43 John is our properties. We're finding that this is a little bit too much to change our R1 zone to a multi. And what they're actually asking for is a more dense than a multi-residential. And the height and setbacks are going to be a very big difference for a court that they really don't mention in their thing is Casa Loma, which is right adjacent to it. They don't mention it, that's a cottage court that they back onto, that they'll be basically blocking the view. Casa Loma's been there since the 50s, 60s, and a very established cottage court that is now been taken over by the next generation, and they're going to start opening all season round. So that'll have a big effect on them. Plus, John Street is more of a pedestrian walkway. It's not really a road travel. It's more for pedestrians walking through from the trailer park, Wasaga Life, and residential and provincial parks. So John Street is less than 5 meters wide. I think it's about 18 feet, with no sidewalks. And there was a study done in 2018 that showed that 600 people use that roadway to go to the beach on one given day. So with that foot traffic on John Street, with these units coming in, will be quite this safety hazard. So on John Street now, there is 2 residential full-time, 2 cottages, and a cottage court. That's what exists on John Street now. So for them to make a proposal and put 10 units at the other end of the street will be not the right thing to do with the variances and the more density that they want to add to our area. And in the master plan or the town's plan, it says nothing east of John Street will change from residential unless it's going to tourist accommodations. So this is not what's in the town's plan. So these are my points right now. I have a lot more issues, but that's what I'll bring up for now.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Madam Deputy Clerk, anyone else registered?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, there's no other speakers registered.
All right, then I'll look to the audience once again to see if there's anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak either in favor or against this issue here today before us. I'll ask a final time, anyone wishing to come forward and speak to this matter? All right, seeing no one, I'll look to council for any questions that they may have with respect to this of staff or the agent representing the landowner. Members of council, anyone? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Probably for Trevor. The comment about the official plan not allowing anything above R1 east of John Street, is that real? And if so, is it represented in the new one that's coming forward?
Through you, through Your Worship, I'm not aware of that provision. It actually may be a real thing. I'm not sure if Mr. Watt is aware of that or not, but what we can do is we can investigate that and get back to staff. Maybe Mr. Watt has the answer for you now.
Cameron, do you wish to add to that?
Through you, specifically the provision that was cited by the resident is section, I'm sorry, I'm used to leaning in for Committee of Adjustment, so I'll step back, my apologies. The provision is 5.2.5.5b. The provision of the official plan states, medium-density residential development is specifically discouraged within the outlying east area of town more specifically east of John Street, with the exception of the redevelopment of tourist establishments.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor White, go ahead.
Just a follow-up, Your Worship, through you. The second part of that question was, I know there's a new official plan coming forward. Does that provision remain?
Through your worship, I'm not aware. We just actually are on the cusp of releasing the first draft of the new OP. Mr. Ellis is away today. He's the lead on that one, but what I can do is ask Mr. Ellis if that policy is going to continue forward. Thank you.
And thank you, Trevor. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yeah, through the mayor, just to confirm, my understanding is there is no exception to the provincial policy that would allow, even in an R1 residential, being divided into 3 units as of the new legislation that came out about a year ago or so. I just want confirmation. That is more of a cottagey area east of John Street, so.
Trevor?
Through your worship, the councillor is speaking to Bill 23, which, as we all know, was approved to his point about a year ago. It added a section 35.1 to the Planning Act, and what that did was it allowed the opportunity in singles, semis, and townhouses that are on full urban services, the permitted right to allow for not only the first dwelling unit, but for 2 accessory dwelling units as well, be it inside the residence or one inside the residence and a combination. One could be in a detached building in the back. So that does apply. There are caveats. As I said, they have to be on full servicing, and you still have to provide the required parking. And the required parking is the municipality can only require 1 additional parking space for the accessory dwelling units, and then whatever the requirement is for the main dwelling unit. So in the context of our zoning bylaw, the semi-detached is the main unit. That would require 2. And then if you wanted to take advantage of the provision under section 35.1, you would have to demonstrate that on the property you have enough space for every 1 additional dwelling unit.
Further comment or question, Councillor? Good. All right, any other members of council have any questions for clarity on this? All right, seeing none. I'll call one final time to see if there's anyone else in the public who wishes to come forward on this matter. Seeing nobody, thank you. I hereby, seeing that there are no further comments or questions regarding this application, I will now declare this public meeting closed. We'll now move on to item number 7 of the agenda, which is presentations. We have no presentations before us today. Under item number 8, delegations, there are no delegations today. Item number 9 is government relations, and 9.1, we have the CAO and the Director of Strategic Communications and Intergovernmental Affairs for the town. Tell us about town initiatives and an update. Andrew and Sandra, welcome. Good morning. Floor is yours, Mr. CAO. Floor is yours, Sandra.
Hello, good morning, Council. So I'm going to start today with just a very brief presentation, a little update. So we continue to roll out the new brand guidelines for the town of Wasaga Beach, and we continue to look for new, fun, and exciting ways to bring the brand to life throughout the community. One of the things I wanted to update Council on today is that you'll start to notice more fleet vehicles moving around town that will start to have the new Wasaga Beach branding on it. Those decals will include a really nice...
Sorry, one minute, Sandra. Excuse me, gentlemen. Sorry, Sandra, go ahead.
No problem. Just for your awareness, to let you know that you'll start to see more fleet vehicles moving around. Our electric vehicles have already been rebranded. And of course, we're doing this in a very fiscally responsible way, so every time we bring on a new vehicle or a vehicle has decals that are coming off or are peeling off or whatnot, we're updating them with the new branding. Another very exciting thing I'd like to share is that this morning also we did announce our full summer lineup of performers that will be performing at all of our major beach front live music concerts and festivals, which is very exciting. And very soon we will be sharing with you all of the creative that will go behind all of the campaigns and marketing that will be promoting those events within our community and in our neighboring communities. And related to that, a very exciting opportunity presented itself. So, staff and moving around our community, often you find yourself stuck behind one of our public transit buses, and you sit there and you wait patiently for everyone to get on and get off. And it occurred to some members of our team that there was a fantastic opportunity to use our fleet of buses as moving billboards. So one of the very cool ideas that came out of these conversations was the idea of wrapping those buses. But not just wrapping them in the corporate brand, obviously they're billboards, but really tying them into our new tourism brand, so the very colorful Wasaga logo that we have. Then we took it a step further and we thought, what if we were able to sort of tell a bit of a visual story? So we have 3 marquee events that happen on our beachfront every year. Canada Day, we have Memories of Summer, and other events. And so we thought, how can we take 2 of the buses right now and take the campaign, the branding from our campaign for those events, and sort of tie them into how we visually wrap our transit buses. And so what I want to present you today is what we intend, are looking to do, is to wrap 2 of our fleet vehicles right now. This first one that's in front of you, you can see, is linked to our Memories of Summer branding. So the sun going down, the warm sunset colors, the very retro vibe. You can see this fantastic opportunity to make it look. We're very, very much trying to represent the idea of one of those vehicles that's, your VW bus or your retro, you shout back to the 60s and 70s, heading down to the beach, packed to the nines with, your coolers and your paddle boards and your flip-flops. That said, wanting to make sure that we presented something that was sophisticated and clean and modern, so with that bit of nostalgia sort of tied in. So I am so excited and pleased to present this first concept in front of you here, which would be, I'm going to call it vehicle number 1. So you can see the tourism brandings on the back, and I'll save the last fun detail for after I show you bus number 2. We may flip. Oh. Okay. We do have bus number 2.
Visual for bus number 2?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we don't.
Okay, all to say is that bus number 2 very much is a very similarly themed vehicle. It is, oh, darn it all. Okay, well, we'll try and resolve that. We'll come back to that. All to say, though, the final touch on this bus and bus number 2 will be a bumper sticker of a plover. So we are very excited. Again, when you think of a vehicle that heads to the beach all the time, you think bumper stickers. And so in a very sophisticated and yet inspiring way, we will also have a lovely bumper sticker of a plover on the back. So fun, right? I just would love to get your feedback, and really looking forward to moving this project forward and getting it on the vehicles and into action before the busy first long weekend of summer.
Well, thank you very much, Sandra, and absolutely, I think we've got to get our plover on the bus, that's for sure. Make sure they pay. But we'll look to Council for questions or comments. Councillor Belanger, and then we'll go to Councillor Timms.
Yeah, through the mayor, on the front of the bus, it looked like there might also be room for the tourism logo, either on the hood or on the upper valance. I don't know if that actually lights up or indicates what bus line it is. It didn't show it in the picture, but I think to have the colors on the front of the bus too might be a good addition.
Councillor? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I love the concept of bus wraps. I used them quite a bit in my former career, particularly to promote events. And I love the design of the Memories of Summer brand. It is a departure from our colors that we're using elsewhere, but I'm sure a lot of thought has gone into that. I think that there's a missing opportunity to put more on that bus, though, particularly perhaps the date of the event and a website address or something to direct the public to get more rather than just a pretty bus without overdoing the information overload. It is a wonderful opportunity to have a billboard traveling through town, and most of those buses, I believe, go on every route at some point and spread information to the community at large. So congratulations on a great idea. Just perhaps a little more opportunity to consider adding more information for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell, and before you do, though, I see that we have, looks like bus number 2.
That's
up there.
correct.
Do you want to speak to that, Sandra?
Sure, Your Worship. Thank you so much. So bus number 2 is here up on your screen right now. And so again, this is just really channeling that retro vibe of that station wagon with the wood paneling heading to the beach. Again, it will have, and you can also see there that we are exploring the option of also installing paddleboards, so working with a local supplier, a local sponsor, to actually have an installation piece. So they actually have the boards installed on the vehicle, so that board that you see up there, while it is a surfboard, we are actually exploring the cool idea of actually putting a physical board on the vehicle as well. I will just comment really quickly on some of the feedback, wonderful feedback. I think it's excellent. Love the idea of a call to action, certainly for a website, so that you can direct people for more information about the kinds of events that are happening. I should also point out, just wanted to flag that as you can see, we're using the 50th anniversary logo right now. So for this summer, our intention is to launch them using the 50th anniversary logo, which we could then replace with a decal after this season and after this year is complete.
All right, thank you, Sandra. And I'll now go to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great presentation. It's exciting. I like the idea of moving billboards as well. And to Councillor Tim's point, I think it's important to try to put as much information for sure, and to not have unnecessary stuff that's time-stamped, because obviously that's going to add to the cost. Can I ask, what is the budget for this? What are the costs coming in at, please?
Sure. We are looking at the design, for example, was to come in under $5,000, and the installation, I'd have to actually get the correct number for you, Deputy Mayor. So through Your Worship, I can come back to you with that number, but I believe it's within the $10,000 range. I just have to confirm that.
Is that, and of course with your follow-up, is that per bus, or are you aware, please?
I will have to go and confirm that. I believe, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't want to misspeak. I'm going to go and get the correct number for you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Sandra, for that presentation. It was fabulous. I agree with the graphics. It just kind of grabs you having that, well, it's a surfboard, but it looks like a paddleboard to me. So I think a lot of people relate to that. And so yeah, it is exciting to see what's happening. And before I left home this morning, I had a quick text, which I didn't even know was out there, that I have grandchildren and their boyfriends already booking for roller skating at the rink this year. So that caught me off guard. So lots is happening, and the word is getting out there. So thank you for that.
All right, any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Belanger again.
Thank you. Sorry, through the mayor. Just when we said billboard, are you saying that what we're seeing now is basically the billboard? What I'm thinking about is there's a lot of window treatments now that could be used permanently or temporarily, where the people inside the bus can see out fine, but from outside the bus you could advertise a particular event. It could be on one panel, or it could be a story across 3 or 4 panels of the window. Was that
Through Your Worship. Yeah, excellent question. So what this is we're not planning to use the bus as a billboard. We are planning, this is a wrap. So exactly as you said, you can still see out the windows. This is a professional wrap. You'll see it in other vehicles, and other communities have done this. In other communities, they have actually turned them into moving billboards. So that was more of a reference to say that it's an opportunity to bring our brand to life and to connect it to some of our larger events, which we are attempting to brand in a way that is that has longevity, that is something that will live through time and evolve in clever ways. But so, for example, the color palette of Memories of Summer is really brought to life in this particular bus. And, for example, we'll look at putting a call to action to a landing page or to, a website that will be updated throughout time and over time as events come and go. But we're really looking at making sure that this is an investment, something that will last for the long, for the sort of the long term. So by just being event specific, we're not really intending to do that. Again, it is very cost prohibitive when you start tying things to events that occur at a certain place or time. I will also add to that, though, since we did bring up the billboard issue, we will look as a next step now. We are looking ahead even beyond the buses to updating some of our billboards in town, including the one at 140 Main. So that is the first one that we will be tackling in advance of our large, busy first long weekend of summer after Victoria Day. And that billboard, you'll see some similar themes and that will relate to our summer launch and include information about all of the wonderful things that are happening on all the long weekends in summer. So as people are coming down Main Street, they'll see this wonderful welcome sign that will provide that information, but that will also continue to roll out our brand and in wonderful, fun, and colorful ways.
All right, thank you. Mr. CAO?
I do, sorry, just a moment. Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Eagle, you mentioned about roller skating and about this summer, and I did mention briefly that we have announced this morning all of the wonderful bands. Your Worship, thank you. Your Worship, you were on Peak FM this morning announcing live that we do have some incredible headliners that are coming to Wasaga Beach this summer, including the Strumbellas and Tom Cochran and the Carpet Frogs and others. And I have Candace is here with us today, and she's available to provide an update and answer any questions you may have on the Victoria Day long weekend activities and summer lunch.
All right, thanks very much. Before you get started there, we're just going to carry on with the wrap. So are there any other questions or comments on the wrap on the buses? All right, I commend staff for what I think is just a great idea. I think the buses will look phenomenal. I hear, Council, when we talk about making those buses billboards, but I do believe that probably could be somewhat cost prohibitive and difficult to do, especially as we get into the dirtier winter months and keeping it clean and keeping it visible. Our website should be on it for certain, those things that are permanent. But I believe with these other events that perhaps we should be looking for better ways to promote that, and certainly our signs and our entranceways into town, which we are all aware of, need help and need a breath of fresh air, and I know that staff are working on a plan for that as well, and also our signs that announce that we can change on a regular basis for our special events. So great job. I think the buses will look great. It's very exciting, and it certainly is changing the brand and the look and the feel of Wasaga Beach, turning it into that town that, again, as we like to say, will create memories that last a lifetime. So thank you very much, Sandra, and we'll now move on to Candace. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome.
Sorry, was just asked to provide a quick verbal update on the summer launch that we have happening this weekend. So as everyone has probably seen now, we've had some changes to our Main Street lot. We've got the outdoor rink now set up. There's a couple of little tweaks to do, but it was generously donated, and we're working hard at getting that ready for this weekend. We've got a roller skating rink going in there. So for this weekend alone, we have 5 one-hour sessions between 11:30 and 5:30, which people have been pre-registering for already. We've got 5 professional skating demos that are going to be happening in between those registrations, so people can see what it's all about and what the pros are up to. Each session has room for 40 different skaters, and as of right now, the pre-registration link is live, and we have, I believe, As of 5 o'clock yesterday, 110 people already registered for roller skating. So the feedback has been really good. People are excited about it. Yep, so that's it for the roller skating. We'll have some music. We're hoping to get live music later in the summer, but as of right now, we'll be having music playing now. We'll have the beachfront ambassador set up there for the day and get the tourism booth set up for them there. And then we have fireworks at dusk. So dusk is approximately 8:45 on the beachfront. And that's the plan for Saturday for summer lunch.
All right, thank you very much, Candace. And I think what's important to note is this is probably the first year where the May Long weekend hasn't been a blockbuster event. And the reason we're looking at is because often the May Long weekend we get rained out or it's very cold, and we spend a lot of time, effort, and dollars, quite frankly, for an event that just, not because people don't want to attend, but it's cold and raining and whatever. So it really is hit and miss, and so we've allocated those funds to other weekends and events throughout the summer. So I think it's important to point that out. Questions or comments for Candace?
Actually, could I add a bit more to?
Absolutely, Mr. CAO, go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Mark Crow, who donated the arena boards. The floor had actually fallen into a bit of disrepair, so it actually will work much better now having the asphalt flooring in. We can get out and do some roller skating on it, play ball hockey, etc. But I just wanted to acknowledge his donation. I also wanted to let council know this is the first step in a bunch of changes that we will make in that area. I was thrilled as soon as those boards went in, my phone started pinging, and I've already had businesses contact me, residents contact and say, it needs some more. It needs Christmas lights. It needs planters. It needs trees. Can we help you? Can we donate our time? Can we donate our energy? So absolutely. And we'll be rolling that out over the course of the summer, and we'll add to it. We'll build to it. So all of that will make it a more welcoming and enjoyable space. And the real goal here is to establish that as a place that the community resonates with. We'll start it this summer. But next summer, there are going to be some changes down on the beachfront, and we will likely need to relocate a lot of our activation, concerts, etc. So this is a primer and getting ready for what will happen next summer. So you did see a plan about a month ago that we shared with you the concept, so that will gradually unfold over time. This is the first step.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. CAO. It's very exciting. I have to say, thank you for mentioning that Mr. Crow has donated this. It's just another example of Stonebridge Building Group and Mark Crow and how generous he is to this community. So, Mark, if you're listening, thank you very much. All right, questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Candace. Is there a schedule for the professional roller demos available? So if we want to just, I'm not going to be skating, but if I wanted to go and have a look, could I find that information somewhere?
You can find it online, and it's basically every hour there's a session for skating, and then on the half hour is when the demos are happening.
All right, Councillor Deleo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for Andrew. Great idea with the roller skate. Thank you, Mark. Is ball hockey, so you're going to do ball hockey, correct? Are there going to be parked cars around? Is that also a parking lot? Because my concern is with ball hockey, those balls hitting those cars, who's liable for that?
We'll take a look at that.
A good point, Councillor, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Staff are aware now, and they'll have a peek at that. Any other questions or comments on this matter? All right, seeing none. Candace, thank you very much. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the last item we wanted to raise today, this is the first council meeting since that amazing announcement of our new high school, community hub, theater, etc. We've received a lot of comments back. Well, this is fantastic. We're excited. What about a public high school? And we wanted to let the community know this is something that we were also laser focused on delivering. Our goal is to bring two high schools to this community, one Catholic, one public. We're hoping to do that as quickly as possible. Many of us, I know the mayor was the strong champion way back to 2014. We've been lobbying hard to try and bring a public school to this community. So what we would like to do is suggest to council that it may be worthwhile for council to express our support to the public board by issuing a letter of support and request that our community get behind this. And the purpose of the letter of support is really to ask the public board if they could expedite their ask. This year, they put us number 12 on their list. You really need to be in the top 1 or 2, as we saw. Catholic Board put us number 2. We got funding. So our goal, I don't know if it might be a little ambitious to ask to be number 1. So number 2 would be, I think, a reasonable ask. But showing our support and getting behind our local trustee, who has been a strong champion of trying to bring a high school here, I think would be a worthwhile cause. The other point I would make, we saw loud and clear the importance of partnerships, and we saw how important partnerships are to the Minister of Education. So we would also extend the olive branch to the public board. If they're willing to work with us, we would absolutely welcome the opportunity to work with them to bring partners to the table, much as we did with the Catholic Board, because that is really the recipe to get funding. So wanted to put that out there and request support from council to get behind this, and let's get a letter out there and engage our community in really pushing hard to get us up on the ask.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. CAO. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, on that's great news, Andrew, thank you. I recall that there was a petition, a petition was done prior to us getting the Catholic Board, and people here in town worked very hard at that. I remember working at the farmer's market to get the signatures. So will that petition still be valid? Can we build on that?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I think one of the things we want to be careful with is who are we petitioning? And I seem to recall that petition, I could be wrong, but I believe it might have been directed to the Minister of Education and the province. The province, as we have seen, is very supportive of investing in education in our community. What we really need to do is get the public school board to advance us on their wish list, and we've seen wonderful things can happen if you put us number 1 or number 2. Right now, we are, as I understand it, they're targeting 2031 for a public high school. If the community put a little pressure on the school board and got us a little higher on the list, we potentially could see that happen a little bit quicker. So the petition is really for the school board to move us up on their list. That's the key to expediting the school.
What's important to point out, I guess, is that the Ministry of Education sits in wait for school boards to present their capital priority plan and lists. And based on those lists and where each municipality is, from 1 to 12 or 15, in this case we were 12, for the public board, is how the Ministry of Education then determines their priority in funding these schools. And so what we know is that if you're number 12, you're not going to be selected. You've got 11 schools ahead of you that the board is clearly telling them are a bigger priority. So the Catholic Board this last year put us as number 2, and I believe the Catholic Board, correct me if I'm wrong, but received both 1 and 2 on their list. We're not going to be chosen for a public high school by the ministry, or it's not very likely if we're number 12 on a list. It's nice that we're on the list, but it really doesn't hold much water. So our job, as Andrew has said, is to work collaboratively in partnership with the Simcoe County District School Board to get us up there in that 1, 2, or 3 spot, so as that the ministry, when they're looking at those capital priority plans, are saying, okay, these are the ones that the board feels are necessary. And what we do know is once the ministry chooses and agrees with the board is that the ministry 100% funds the land, the building, and everything that's required for a school. So, we have been working diligently for many years for a high school for our kids. There is nothing more important in my mind that we will do as a council than to bring full education in high schools to this community for our children. They are our future. I'm very proud of the work we've done, and I'm proud that we are now going to see our first high school open here, Catholic High School, which is great. And now our job is to continue that fight and working with the Simcoe County District school board to get us moved up that list, to get us also a second high school, being a public high school. And we, I believe, as Mr. Sears asked, that he's looking for council's blessing to do so, and I believe that I can say unequivocally that it's unanimous. Go ahead and let's get that started. It's important to point out too, because I've been receiving a lot of questions as well from members of the public, and why a Catholic school and not a public school. So it's important to point out that when the municipality looked at this, we reached out to both boards at the exact same time, and we asked both boards to come to the table to work with us in order to use our new arena library and create a hub and a high school in that location. In this case, the Catholic board came forward very quickly and gave us a plan that we worked with them on. We then brought our other partners in with Canadore College and Lakehead University in the county of Simcoe. And here we are today, where we're going to have an absolute phenomenal facility for our children. The public board was invited at the same time. The public board has a different priority at this point, and we respect that. Our job now is to, let's continue now to push and to work with that board to move us up on the list. So the other comment and question to me has been, why is it the ministry is building a Catholic school and not a public school? Again, to be clear, it's where those boards place you or the school on their capital priority plan and their list. In this case, we were number 2 for the Catholic board. We were number 12 for the public board. Having said all that, be rest assured to the public that this council is absolutely committed to, our staff are absolutely committed to continuing to work just as hard as we have in the past, and to keep up that fight and keep up that cooperation and build those relationships so as that we bring a second high school to Wasaga Beach and a public high school. Nothing could be more better news, and nothing could be better and brighter for the future of our children. I now have Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Obviously a tremendous job. I was on the task force in 2014 as a vice chair and went through this process of trying to get a public high school approved. And it's no easy battle. The board was very clear with us back in the day that they use their own numbers when they forecast student population. So that's really important to understand, to know that getting the Catholic school here does not have a negative impact on getting a public school here. They use their own numbers. One does not pilfer from the other. You can't use each other's numbers to justify your business case, which is great. And the public board has shown that they are willing to work with the town of Wasaga Beach on great projects. The elementary school that's going in up on the Sunnydale subdivision does have a town community center attached to it and other amenities, and I feel like there is already a strong relationship there with the public board to deliver great education for the kids. But we now know the formula for success. Being able to bring this plan from concept to approval in months rather than years shows, because we followed a formula that was basically told to us by the parliamentary assistant to education. And she told us that it was about being shovel ready. It was about being having a developer in the wings, having the land ready to go, and that was a really important case for us. And it was further amplified by the Minister of Education himself in the Bear Pit at AMO, and he said, I'm going to approve plans that are shovel ready. I'm going to approve plans where the municipality has skin in the game. I'm going to approve plans where the developer has skin in the game. And so we took that, and that was the formula that you had basically presented to them, was basically what he was asking for. Now we know that. So I hope that we can take that success and copy and paste it with the public board and move that forward. It's going to be an exciting day for Wasaga Beach when we open that second school, and I certainly look forward to it. So thank you very much.
Well said, Councillor White. Thank you. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to show my support for the letter, and I echo everything Councillor White has said. We need to show that we'll work just as hard to get the public school system here. So hopefully our public trustee will work with us, the school board, and we'll do whatever we got to do to get this public school. There's no division here. We got to work together, and we'll work just as hard. So there's no, well, you did that, none of that. So whatever it takes, we will do it. What we did for the Catholic, we will do for the public, but they need to come forward, and we will work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. Just a point of clarification. I again I'm sure the provincial government looks at the kind of investment they make into communities, and there's a lot waiting. So the more creative we can be, as we were with this plan, of course, we had the benefit of adding and creating a hub. We're going to have to get a little more creative. I have some ideas for a different meeting. But recently, the province indicated that school boards have to work with the municipality on the location of schools. In this case, we did have a location for the public high school that had been predetermined by the public school board. Would there be an opportunity to relook at that if it was conducive to a more creative idea?
Andrew?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think my reaction to that would be, we have a site that's been designated, they've purchased the site, it's shovel-ready. Let's not upset the apple cart too much. We focused on a community hub with the Catholic Board. I think it's okay to have a second school in the location that it's been proposed. It is part of a master plan community, so it's okay where it is. But the partnerships are absolutely essential here. As Councillor White said, we know the formula now, we know how to package this, and we presented it in a way that it was almost impossible to say no. I'd like to get to that same place with the public board.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Most have been said, but absolutely 1,000% full support in writing the letter and getting the conversation started.
All right, if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move along. Thank you very much, Andrew, and to the rest of staff for that report. Item number 10 is staff reports. The following reports have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Items number 10.1, 10.6, 10.8, 10.9, 10.10, 10.11, 10.12, and 10.13. Councillor Belanger, I understand that you have comments regarding 10.5 and 10.7 before we go on any further.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. First, in report 10.5, there's quite a bit of work has to be done on the part of the municipality to gain compliance. And I just wanted to congratulate chief and staff. It looked like we did extremely well. I don't know if you want to further comment on that one. I will ask you on the next.
Sure.
Chief.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Belanger. Thank you very much. The letter we received is from Emergency Management Ontario, and it indicates that we achieved full compliance with the our requirements under the Emergency Management Act. The municipality has a community emergency management coordinator, which is myself, and is backed up by our deputy fire chief. And we have a committee that is responsible for ensuring the compliance each year. That committee includes the mayor, the chief administration officer, the fire chief, the deputy chief, and our administrative assistant in the fire department. And we're supported by a larger team of experienced staff members who help out during an emergency in our emergency operations center. So we were able to achieve compliance again last year, and plans are well underway to ensure that we have that same results for 2024.
Councillor Belanger, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations and to that entire team. On 10.7, obviously we had a pretty big event recently with the emergency preparedness. Most of us are familiar with the event that occurred afterwards. The opening event, the more important event maybe, was not open to the public. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to comment on that, but I did attend the event at the RE/MAX room, and I thought it was the participation from the different organizations and the setup, and I believe that we had a couple residents that were very involved in that as well, and they're to be commended. But I again wanted to congratulate you and give you the opportunity to comment on that event.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet, and through the chair. May 4th was a big day, and it was a unique day for us because we don't get an opportunity very often to train to the scale that we did, and with the number of agencies that we partnered with. So altogether, there was about 200 participants in the daytime training exercise, and our main goal was to focus on mass casualty triage as well as wildland firefighting. And I'm happy to report that we achieved all of our initial goals of the day. Nobody got hurt, which is always a positive thing, and I believe we were able to do that with minimal disruption to the community, which is not an easy thing when you're trying to pull off an event to that scale. There was a couple of key staff members that helped in the preparation of that training exercise. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just point them out. Some of the elements of that training exercise, it started about 5 months earlier. So the first is our clerk, Nicole. She was involved in many aspects of that training exercise from the onset. Our Deputy Fire Chief, Dan Bell, and our Administrative Assistant, Katie Underwood. I deeply appreciate all their assistance with pulling that off. And then to your point, Councillor, in the evening we did host a open house to the public, and we focused on emergency preparedness, and we had 16 organizations from the community, again, that probably don't normally get to work together on a day-by-day basis. They were in the same room supporting the community, answering any questions they had, and we witnessed a lot of collaboration between those agencies, which was amazing to see. So thank you for your support, and also to the community who attended our open house. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor? All right, I'll just add if there's anyone else who has a comment on this. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Councillor Timms and I had the opportunity to be able to come and witness the live action, and I'd just like to share with the room that you know, whether it was the major from the armed forces or other delegates that were there, they all spoke very, very highly in how much heavy lifting was done by this community and by the team that you mentioned to be able to pull off such a dynamic event. And so I really just want to give full congratulations. You know, positioned our community so beautifully. It was such a beautiful day, great sunny day, and I think the location was absolutely spot on. It allowed for privacy and control of the public access so that you were able to do what you needed to do. It had great parking. It was fully accessible. We had the use of the arena and the amenities that were there, and just the natural landscape of the space was perfect for what you were doing in your ropes training and stuff. So again, just a very proud day for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I have also received some emails commending our fire chief and the job well done, specifically commending our fire chief. And I just think it's important to mention that, you know, Chief, every time we come to you, you always are first to ensure that you thank everyone else who worked towards making good things happen in our community. And what that says to me is it shows your excellence and your leadership, that you understand it is a team effort, and that's what makes you who you are and why you're in the position you're in. So thank you for your great effort as well, and to the rest of the team. All right, now moving on. Are there any other comments from staff on the consent reports? All right, moving on then, we do have a recommendation that the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 11, correspondence. The following correspondence items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Items number 11.1.2 and 11.1.3. Deputy Mayor Snell, I understand that you have a comment regarding 11.1.1.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. For reference, this is in regards to the NVCA board meeting highlights. And I read through their minutes, and there was a customer survey link as well that I was curious to have a peek at. And it's interesting, you know, the places or the services that they really exemplify in is the environmental education, the conservation lands programs, the stewardship program, all fantastic and positive reviews, but I just wanted to point out, for the benefit of our previous conversation with the MVCA, the poorest category was response times. So, given that we have a river that runs from one end of our beautiful community to the other, and we're surrounded by the world's longest freshwater beach, this is something that really needs to change. And I'm excited to hear that the MVCA has done some shifting now that they have that additional dollars. They've added some staff, and I do understand that they now have one representative that is representing a community. So hopefully our applicants don't get bounced around between people, that you have one person to follow the files. So I really look forward to seeing that experience for our developers to change in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Ristell. Any other comments on that matter? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to recommendation of the consent list items. Under correspondence be received for information excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor White, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to minutes and board and committees. We do have a recommendation that the consent list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information excluding agenda items moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. We will consider the motion for the consent on the minutes, and then if we could just go back to item 11.1.5, I believe Councillor Ego just has a comment with regards to the YMCA move to give school bus pull.
It is now. Thank you, Chris. Going back then to 11.1.5, June 8, 2024, YMCA move to give school bus pull. And you have a comment on this, Councillor Eagle?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Y has this great initiative going on a school bus pull, so I'm not asking us to go help pull the school bus, but I am asking that we support it and that we encourage people to donate to this wonderful cause that the YMCA of Simcoe is initiating. So I just wanted to speak to it and that we get that out publicly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eagle. All right, so now we're going to move on to item number 13, which is Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program, Winter 2023-2024. And we do have a motion here that the report titled Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program, Winter 2023-2024, to the council meeting of May 16, 2024, be received for information. Questions or comments on this matter? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I did pull this item. Kevin, thank you for the updated report. Okay, so I want to bring forth my recommendation for next year's Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program. Understanding that 35 applicants were received, which in my opinion is due to the late offering of the season, I believe the requirement obligating that one has to be in receipt of the guaranteed income supplement be removed as a condition of eligibility. All seniors contribute to our great community, and as such, no one should be excluded and should be given the ability to apply for this grant program. As you indicated on your report, the grant program allocated a total of $100,000 of taxpayers' dollars. Taking into consideration that $66,550, which was reimbursed, leaves a surplus of $93,450. I would request this surplus be added to next year's $100,000 program so that more seniors can apply regardless of income status, leaving the remaining dollars to be applied to a general reserve and or used for payment to another department's shortfall is detrimental to the benefits of this program, which hopefully will be published earlier for next year's winter season. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Any other questions or comments on this matter? All right, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as a matter of protocol, Councillor DeLeo has brought forward something. Does that get discussed separately than this?
Well, no, I think what's happened is Councillor DeLeo has pulled the item and she's commented on the item. I don't recall her asking for anything specific except to add this to the next year's budget. So that we have the question before us. Are you asking for an amendment?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So the amendment be then that the $93,500 be added to the budget of $100,000 for next year. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report before council was intended for information on the 2023 program. It may be prudent for staff to take the information provided today at the council table and do some analysis on what that impact would be and return with another report.
Okay, so what I'm going to do then is what I was doing, and to see if there's any other questions or comments with respect to this, and then we can deal with the matter. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I understand what you're saying. So just to add to Councillor DeLeo's comments, maybe not adding it to the budget to have a gross budget that ties up funds that may or may not get used. Maybe perhaps we establish some sort of a reserve or something like that so that we can have flexibility in that budget. Should it grow or should it not? It's a tough year to benchmark it on. It's a new program. I would hate to expand it beyond its actual need.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I think I heard Councillor DeLeo suggest the removal of the income issue or the income criteria, and I'm not sure that I completely agree with that. So I'm wondering when staff does come back after this conversation that other options are considered so we don't get back into the most computer savvy people get the benefit of it and others may not. So maybe there's a middle ground that would work better. I'm just putting that out there because I'm sure I heard you also say that.
You did,
Okay,
you did
thank
hear
you.
that correctly,
Thank
yes.
you. That's my point.
All right. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, really, my question was much the same, that to remove the economic status of a person is what you're asking, correct? Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I'll come back to you once everyone has had a chance to speak. Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor. Certainly, I agree that the program can be enhanced because certainly we didn't incur expenses anywhere near what we had budgeted for. But clearly, there is likely to be a cap on this because we have to have a defined number to deal with in the budget. So if you have a defined cap, then certainly you would want those people that are financially burdened to have the first opportunity to be in the program. So I don't know, you can look at that. But I think most important and appropriately is that when we talk about adding 93,000 to 100,000, like we do every year, we start out with an ask in the budget process. It may be $200,000 to fund the program. And then we look at all the priorities that we face and what may come up unforeseen right now. And we have to make a determination at that time as to whether or not we can fund this. Certainly, I will say that last year was probably in my lifetime the least amount of snow removal that ever had to occur. April of this year was the warmest April on record for many European countries, and it was the warmest month on record recorded on Earth. So I would think that we need to be conscious of the fact that we may have warmer winters, and this may be less of an issue So that'll be a consideration when we consider the 2025 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I just want to first commend Kevin in the recommendation last year to proceed as we did. Obviously, that was significant savings. I do agree with Councillor DeLeo that getting the message out earlier is definitely going to help with some uptick and opportunities for people to join. The additional $50K that was added came from casino revenue. My opinion is that 50 should go back to the casino revenue and replace those funds would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. And now we'll go back to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So my issue is the guaranteed income supplement. So as far as I know, the income supplement is usually $18,000. So let's say per se, there's a family and they're on guaranteed income supplement, they make the $18,000, they qualify. So Mr. John, let's say next door, earns $19,000, he doesn't qualify, which I think is not fair. So if we're going to put a cap, it's got to be a realistic cap, like a combined income. Let's say a combined income of a household of $50,000. With today's expenses, $50,000 for combined income is virtually nothing. So that's my issue, is the guaranteed income supplement, because it's not fair to others that are only in the $20,000, $19,000. It puts them out of the loop. So if we can remove that and maybe put a half-decent cap on it, I wouldn't have an issue. And I'll agree with Deputy Snell. If you want to replace the $50,000 back, but use the $93,450,000 surplus and add it for next year. And hopefully more people will apply that truly need it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Any questions or comments from staff? Kevin? Anything? Prefer not?
Maybe I'll just put it in a report, Your Worship.
All right.
Just in terms of the GIS, it is a federally issued document. It's that criteria is set through the federal government. So what staff do not want to be in a position to do or have to do is essentially go through an individual or an applicant's private and confidential information in terms of what they make financially to make that determination whether the combined household income is $50,000 or an arbitrary number. The GIS process that we followed is consistent with what we've seen in other similar programs across the province. And so it was a very seamless process for myself and the manager of Treasury to apply, because it's simply a document confirming that this individual does qualify for GIS, which is in addition to their old age security pension. And so it was a very efficient way to process these applications. And if we have to get into requesting financial information from applicants in terms of how much money did they make this year and who else is in the household, and verify those types of I guess, arbitrary thresholds. It's something that we will be putting in the report that we probably wouldn't recommend.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Anything else? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. All right, then why don't we simplify it, Kevin? Just remove it. Remove that stipulation then. It's only a $200 grant. And if people are well off, like some people say they are, they're not going to apply. It's only $200. So I'm assuming, like I would assume, the people that really need it will apply for it. So if you took that stipulation out, let's see how many seniors apply for it.
Well, I think in all fairness and in reality, though, I hear what you're saying, Councillor DeLeo. The issue is we have $100,000 in a budget. This year, and I agree, we need to start advertising this almost now for next year, so is that there's a bigger uptick and that we do a better job at advertising that. It was kind of last minute, late in the year, so I understand why staff did what they do. But my thoughts are, we've got $100,000, and if we remove any limitation, you now open the door to 15,000 households who could be applying for $200. They won't, but we could chew through $100,000 rather quickly. And my concern, quite frankly, is, in 7 years, I'll be a senior, and I certainly do not need any funding for someone to plow or clear my driveway, and nor should I be eligible to apply for that, in my opinion, because there's a lot more people who need that service. So, you know, my thoughts here, because I hear all the comments and I don't disagree with any of them necessarily or completely, but this is now going to be going into the second year. And I think if we start to advertise this now and we change how we advertise it, we get it out there in a much more broad form, perhaps we'll get it into the next newsletter, we can get this into the water bills, so on and so forth. My thoughts are, let's see how this year goes and how many people take us up on this, because I think last year was 32 people that applied for this, Kevin? What is that number?
There were 35 applicants. I believe 32 were successful with their application.
So 35 applicants in total that applied for this out of 25,000 people, or 15,000 households, let's put it that way. That's a really low group of people. Listen, I have, in every campaign I have run, I have talked about working towards trying to remove windrows from people's driveways, specifically people who are seniors and who are less fortunate and maybe cannot afford to do this. And that's always been my intent. It's never been for everyone. And I'll tell a quick story. My first year as mayor, Kevin might remember this, but I think it was the third day in office. We had a heck of a snowstorm. And it was my first lesson of how often and how quickly phones can ring. And I received a call from one lady who was beside herself. She had just moved to Wasaga Beach from Vaughan, and her driveway was full of snow. And her words to me were something along the line, "How dare you people push all the snow off the street into my driveway?" And my response to her was, "Well, ma'am, you know, you've moved here from the city. You've moved to a lakefront community where we have lakefront snow. You're in a snow belt area, and at the end of the day, you're in Canada. We're not unique. Across Canada, snow gets put into your driveway." And she said to me, "Well, in the city of Vaughan, they came and removed all that snow." So I asked her, I said, "Ma'am, do you mind me asking why you moved to Wasaga Beach from Vaughan?" And she scoffed. It was immediate. She went, "Oh, the cost of taxes in Vaughan are outrageous." And I quickly replied, "Well, we can come clear your snow, but then we're going to match your taxes in Vaughan." So I believe wholeheartedly in assisting those who require it and need it, our seniors, people with disability, in getting the windrows out of their driveway. I struggle to give anyone any kind of funding who financially doesn't need it or is physically able to shovel their driveway like anyone else across this country or across North America or anywhere else that there's snow, for that matter. So I would like to see where we give this another year. Let's get advertising it. Let's move it forward, and let's see the uptick. Because if we end up with 40 people, we know that there's really not a great need for it. Doesn't mean we stop it, we keep it in place. I also don't have a problem with saying for this year, let's maybe even double that from 200 to 400 and see what the uptick is. But I struggle to remove a qualification that, quite frankly, is really the only way we have to determine, other than disability, but financially, the financial viability. And without having to ask people for their personal information, I'm not so certain that we have the ability or legally can ask for that information. I think the only way to prove it would be for them to show us their notice of assessment from their income tax, and I don't know that we have the ability. We'll have to, maybe that should be in the report, where we stand with being able to ask for that information. So at the end of the day, I hear you, Councillor, loud and clear. I don't disagree with everything you're saying. And I hear the rest of council. I think what's important now is let's get a staff report done and back to us as quickly as we can. And let's see what it has to say and what other options are out there, and then we can make a decision from there if that's fair. Councillor DeLeo, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would support if we raised it to $400 per senior. That would be, because contractors are not cheap. So that part I would support. We can leave the GIC in for now, but the 400, full support.
Okay,
thank
excellent.
you.
So you're comfortable then, Councillor, with letting staff bring a report forward?
Absolutely, yes.
In the next couple of council meetings or whenever you possibly can. The sooner the better, because we want to start this process of advertising. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. For matter of process, again, this was an information report, so further debate will come when that report is brought back from staff. So I will ask that a motion be brought forward during the council requested staff report portion of the meeting and ensure that it's supported, and we will ensure the deliverables are mentioned in that motion, so staff return with the proper report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So when we get to that section, if you want to move that, I'd be happy, or anyone else, I'm sure would be happy to second that, Councillor. All right. Moving on to the next item. We do have a motion then that I read earlier, but I'll read it again. That the report titled Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program Winter 2023-2024 to the council meeting of May 16, 2024 be received for information. Mover to seconder for this, please. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor White, all in favor? Sorry, it's a recorded vote because it's been pulled. My apologies.
No, thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snow.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 10.6, Information Technology Resource Request, and this has been pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. First of all, I've pulled a number of reports, and I adamantly want to indicate that I am very impressed and supportive of our entire town team, and that our accomplishments so far in this term are exceeding expectation, and I'm very excited about what we will accomplish. With that said, I also understand and talk to a lot of people in our community. We've had pretty hefty property tax increases for 2 years, and we have approved quite a bit of unbudgeted funds earlier meetings. And in a number of items here, we're being requested for, again, unbudgeted expense. So I'm looking at these very carefully, and I seem to recall when we enhanced our IT department previously, that some of the things that were indicated was the focus on implementation of other projects and initiatives. One very important was CityView. CityView was a major investment from this municipality, and the promise was enhanced service to our community and greatly increased productivity. So again, in this report, it indicates that. And I would like an update, but it's my feeling and my understanding in talking to a number of people that the implementation of CityView is not going as well as what we would like, and we're not getting all of the advantages as to why we made that significant investment in the first place. So I do believe that there may need to be a consideration to look at another option, possibly a third-party option, to look at specifically the implementation of CityView, and that obviously with a third party, the level of accountability that we can leverage as part of the negotiation of potential cost could be advantageous to the municipality, because I really believe we still have a lot of untapped opportunity related to this software, but I don't know if I could turn it over to the CAO or Deputy CAO to comment.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Bear. I'll start to comment, and then I think I'll turn it over to Jocelyn, if that's okay. Jocelyn and Chris. One thing I would say, when I first started again with the town, I am not familiar with CityView. I'm familiar with other products that other municipalities were using. So one of the first things I asked staff, we need to go full bore here. Is this the right program? And I was assured it was. So we decided, okay, let's get moving, let's get this implemented, and let's do it quickly. So I'll turn it over to Chris and perhaps Jocelyn if she wants to add anything about the status of where we're at and the rollout of getting this up and running to its full potential.
Thank you, Andrew. Chris?
So through the mayor to Councillor Belanger, CityView is currently being utilized by the building and the bylaw department, and that features a public-facing portal, so for submitting building permits, bylaw complaints, and new business licenses. Currently, the IT department is working with the planning department to fully integrate them into CityView. This would also include launching their online portal for electronic submissions of planning applications, and the goal is to have that portion completed by the end of the year. And then following that, the next step would be to implement an engineering module, and this will enhance data management and facilitate a better collaboration between all of the departments.
All right, Jocelyn, anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I would just add, we also recognize that we did have a lot of turnover from the first staff who started the training program, started the implementation, and worked through a lot of the specifications that we needed for setup. So then we transitioned to a lot of new staff, and we had to re-go through some of that training. And as we've done that this year, I think we're starting to see more understanding of how to use the software and some of the things that we can benefit from it. But it is still a work in progress, and I think we're moving closer to the target. We have spoken with staff and had meetings together so that we can find out how is it working for everyone. So I think we're moving in the right direction, and we will start to see some of the benefits of the investment that we have made. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Anything else, Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor. I hear how the implementation's going. I've heard that this has been a very prolonged implementation, and that if we really looked at the progress over the past year, I guess if we're going to approve unbudgeted funds, then what are we going to set as the key benchmarks and the measurement and accountability that this is proceeding? Because again, I can appreciate there was turnover, but on the last request for expansion of our IT department, this was one of the reasons that the request was made. So again, I'm very cognizant of the fact that our taxpayer is not going to be willing to accept another higher property tax increase in 2025. I'd really like to, I guess I'm very cautious about spending unbudgeted money for the remainder of the year. So,
thank you, Councillor. Mr. Deputy CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Similar to Andrew, I'm not all that familiar with CityView, but I am familiar with launching products in the private sector, and I've been in the same situation a couple of times where, putting the burden onto internal staff versus outsourcing. The outsourcing was the better option. You have a third party that'll cost us some money for sure, but this costs us money anyways. But under a third party, you have a contract with a statement of work rather. It's got deadlines, it's got timelines, and it's got deliverables. So it might be something for council to consider. Just my experience, it's worked out better in two major launches in the private sector that maybe I think Councillor Belanger tugging that third party's thread is not a bad idea to tug a little bit and see where that unfolds.
Thank you, Jerry. Councillor Belanger?
in follow-up, I do want to clarify too, is that, we have a lot of initiatives going on and IT's involved in a lot of them. So in no way is this reflective of that we're not doing a fantastic job, because I believe we are. We're just, our accomplishments and our track record is becoming, in my mind, very impressive. But I'm just really would like to look at options where we can get to an end result, where we can hopefully get the efficiencies of increased service and productivity related to money we've already frankly spent on some pretty expensive software. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Pam Powell, CEO of the library. This position is a shared position with the library, and in discussing third-party, am I wrong?
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Your
Madam Clerk.
Worship. That will be the next, that report is further down in the agenda. We're on the IT request report. No, no worries. Thank you.
But if the library wants to pay for it, Councillor.
May I make a comment? to you,
Absolutely.
Your
Go
Worship?
ahead, Councillor.
I'm sorry, I do find it confusing that once we select and pull the items, the agenda items change, the numbers change, so I apologize for that, but I have all my numbers down, and then I can't find those reports anymore, so thank you. That's a bit of a tricky piece for me.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Chris, did you have something to add?
I was just, through Your Worship, or to yourself, Councillor Timms, this part of the report is part of the library as well. The position, the one position in this report is a dual IT library position. So I don't know if that's what you were speaking of, but it is related to this.
So, Councillor Timms, was that what you were speaking of?
Yes, I was, but is it not in this report that we're talking about right now? Are we discussing 13.2 at the moment?
No, we are discussing 10.6.
Through you, Your Worship. It's the Information Technology Resource Request Report.
It shows up on my agenda as 13.2.
Thank you, Your Worship. With the eScribe software program, it will, as we move the items down for consideration, it does change the number. We ask that we reference the title and the staff report number.
All right.
So through you, Your Worship, I'm not mistaken then that this job is a shared position between Town Hall and the public library. So I was wondering, when we talk about outsourcing, would that work for the library? Because the use of the IT personnel is probably different. And perhaps our CEO of library could answer that for me.
All right, before we go to Pam, I'm just going to look to the CFO who leads this department, IT. Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we need to understand there are two requests within this staff report. One request is for to extend the contract for the junior IT position, which is shared with the library, to the end of the year, to December. The second part of the request is we've also had some hours with Pathways, our security and network provider. Those hours were 40 hours originally. We're asking if we can keep 20 of the 40 hours because there are so many projects on the go right now for IT, CityView being one of them, but not all of that. There are many projects and advancements that we are trying to move forward at this time. And so CityView was just used as an example in the report of one item that they are focused on. It is not the driver of this whole request. So I think it's important that we understand what the staff report is asking for and why. And certainly, CityView is one area the IT department is focused on, but there are many other advancements, and the library role is 50% of the junior IT position, and not anything to do with the CityView. So I think hopefully that helps clarify the staff report. Thank you.
I think it's clear as mud at this point. And I think we're going to need some more clarification on this. Councillor Belanger? I'm sorry, Councillor, before I go to you, my apologies, Pam, did you wish to respond to Councillor Timms?
Through your worship, Councillor Timms, we have developed a new hybrid IT support model for the library this year. In the past, mainly the library was supported through the Simcoe County IT department. While beneficial in many respects, it was also problematic in that they really only have 2 people on the ground to support 11-plus libraries in Simcoe County. So we found that it was quite challenging to get the support when we needed. So when we were developing the new library, we talked to the town about bringing in more IT support from the town in order to help us. So at this time, it seems to be working. It has been a short contract, We're just asking to extend this contract so that we can once again see, prove the need for this position. It was a very 5-month contract, which he was barely breathing, and already it's almost over. So we're going to evaluate his role and what he's doing for us, and look forward into 2025 on whether this is working well or not working well.
Thank you, Pam. All right, Councillor Belanger?
Okay, and through the mayor, I apologize if I'm belaboring this point. We know that as a municipality team that we're very lean, and other municipalities our size have significantly more personnel, and we know that going forward that there's going to be a requirement for increased payroll and labor. But to that end, when we made the decision to purchase CityView, there were many promises made to increase productivity and efficiencies. Not that that would result in any less employment or jobs or anything else, but that savings could be reallocated for many of the things we're talking about. I believe, we're now in our 4th year of CityView, and I believe that we're a long way from full implementation. So if there is an opportunity for increased productivity and increased delivery service to our community, if they weren't giving us a bill of goods when we made the decision to make a major investment to buy that, then I think it's important that we get that done and we realize those benefits that were promised to us.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps if I could make a suggestion, perhaps we should bring a separate report about CityView, because this report is not about CityView. It's about the IT capacity requirements in order to maintain the service levels of the department that it's delivering today. If there's a need to discuss CityView, then we could bring a separate report in which we could collaborate as a team and bring forward all the suggestions and highlight what has been achieved and what is out there still to be achieved, and where we think we are at in terms of effectiveness of the implementation of the program.
Thank you, Madam CFO. I think that makes total sense to me at this point in the game. I mean, at the end of the day, as Councillor Belanger has indicated, I mean, we are a very lean municipality when it comes to staffing. We have been successful in bringing on more staff to help with the burden and the workload, but we know we have a long way to go, and that's a challenge. It's going to be a challenge for this council. It's going to be a challenge for the next council, and probably another 1 or 2 after that, because we are way behind our nearest competitors when it comes to staffing for the size of the municipality and what it is that we do. When we add all the extra new things that we're working on and the great things that we're trying to accomplish with this municipality for our citizens, I think that makes it even more difficult. So I think that you make a very good point, Madam Treasurer. And so as was pulled by Councillor Belanger, I'll look to you, Councillor Belanger. Does that satisfy you at this point?
It does, but I don't know if I can support the request until I hear that information.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from members of council on this matter? All right, seeing none, I will read the question. It is recommended motion that the report titled Information Technology Resource Request to the council meeting of May 16th, 2024 be received, and that council approves the extension of a junior IT technician contract to December 31st, 2024, and that council approve an unbudgeted expense of $36,570 for the junior IT technician contract to be funded through the IT reserves and library reserve, and that 4, council approve an additional 140 hours of expertise support provided by Pathway Communications at a cost of $12,656 to be funded through the 2024 approved operation budgets. Any other questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Oh, sorry, question? Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Because we have, through you, Your Worship, because we have requested another report about CityView, should this motion be divided? rather than approve the funding.
Well, what I'm hearing from the CFO is that this report is not about City View, has nothing to do with City View. This is basically about staffing requirements and support needed in order to continue to work on what it is we're working on. Correct. So this report specific in this motion is not about City View. We've asked for a report. We'll make sure we do that formally as soon as we're done here, but I think we're good at this point, if you're good with that. Go ahead, Councillor.
Therefore, Your Worship, I would move that motion. I will move it.
Thank you very much. So moved by Councillor Timms and seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
Opposed.
Councillor DeLeo.
Opposed.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor?
Councillor White.
Opposed.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so we do, sorry? Oh, okay, we got to get to our, so before we do that, though, we do have a request for a staff report on City View.
Yes, and we'll raise that further in the meeting if that's okay.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we do have to get to an in-camera item where we have an individual who needs to speak to us is only available at noon, so we're going to go in camera now. I'm sorry? We do have a motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Council will move into closed session to consider the following matter. 17.1.1 Compensation Review Management and Non-Union Employees in accordance with Section 239(2)B, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local boards, employees in Section 239(2)D, labor relations or employee negotiations. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor White, all in favor? That motion carries, and we'll now go in camera.
Your Worship, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We'll call this meeting back to order. We did go in camera, but our clerk will give a rising report of both our in-camera sessions at the end of the meeting today, just in case people are wondering. So we're now moving on to number 10.8 on the agenda, and this is the amendment to Policy 117, Mayor and Councillors Expense Policy. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor White. So Councillor Belanger, go ahead.
Talk with the CAO, and I had with.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. I also had further conversations with the clerk, and I guess what it comes down to for me was that I really like the opportunity for, maybe new or beginning community groups to be able to have access to come to a counselor and be able to maybe get a room and have the counselors use their expenses for that. But that is definitely not the provision for this, and I'm going to agree with you taking it out. There is a provision within our policies where where community groups can get a discount of anywhere between 20 and 70%, depending on what day of the week they're looking at to get space. And we also have the annual reimbursement, or the grant policy, thank you, Your Worship, where people can apply. So, and if that timing doesn't work, they can certainly come to council. So I just feel there's a lot of mechanisms there, and so I don't need to call this for a separate vote. But now that it's there, I guess we will have it.
Thank you very much, Councillor White. Anyone else have comments or questions on this matter? Seeing none, then I'll read the recommendation. The motion is that the report entitled Amendment to Policy 1-17, Mayor and Councillors Expense Policy, to the council meeting of April 25th, 2024 be received, and that the April 25th, 2024 meeting?
Yes, my apology, that was slated to come to an earlier meeting.
So it's today, May 16th?
Yes.
All right. All right, I'll start over then. That the report titled Amendment to Policy 1-17, Mayor and Councillors Expense Policy, to the council meeting of May 16th, 2024, be received, and that the council approve the amended council expenses and conference policy as attached in Appendix A. Any questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? Oh, no, recorded vote, that's right. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to 10.9, At-Large versus Word System Planning for the Future. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor Timms, and Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Belanger, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. I am very supportive of a ward system and the accountability of councillors to the residents within their area. But with that said, we're in a unique period of time in the life of Wasaga Beach, where I believe that one of the most important things we can do to ensure that we don't increase taxes beyond what people seem acceptable is to grow our commercial tax base. And to do that, we're going to have a very heavy focus on the redevelopment of our main beach and the development of a downtown proper. And I can envision that although we're doing probably our work on the top priority for all of our residents, that some residents, if not many residents, will feel that our focus is too much in one part of town and that they're not getting the attention that they need. Now, maybe there needs to be a point of clarification. I think there's some options here, but if we were to put this on the ballot and then it doesn't go into implementation until the term of council after the next term, then possibly those 6.5 years will be adequate to get us beyond that initial focus. But it's just a concern. Like, I mean, clearly I think right now, probably a ward system would be a benefit to me, being the longest-serving councillor. I seem to get a lot of people contact me, but at the same token, I don't want it to reflect badly on other councillors that their ward doesn't happen to include the main beach and downtown proper. So I just caution us to think about that as we make this decision.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the clerk.
Sorry, Councillor Timms, my mistake. Did you want to respond to Councillor Belanger, Mr. CAO?
If I could, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. You raise an excellent point, Councillor Belanger, and it's not unique to Wasaga. Most municipalities that have a ward system face that very issue. I've worked in places that have faced it, and where you have a downtown and one councillor is the ward representative for the downtown where all the hundreds of millions of dollars are getting invested. So the general rule of thumb is there's an informal agreement that while there is a ward system, should council choose to do this, whoever's ward it is that is the beachfront, which does require additional love and attention, that all of council agrees that you all have a say in that ward, that it's not just one voice that would represent the beachfront. It's bigger than any one ward, and it's a community effort, and all of council has a say in that particular area. So I just wanted to let you know other councils have faced that type of issue. Downtown Toronto, as an example, there are ward councillors there. Downtown Toronto gets treated differently from Scarborough or North York or Etobicoke, so it's not unique.
Thank you. Mr. CAO, go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
Just to follow up, my point wasn't a concern as to how council would deal with it. My concern was basically how public might view a member council in their ward that is not getting things done in their ward, but because of the investment that's going elsewhere.
All right, thank you. My apologies, Councillor Timms, your turn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a question for the clerk, perhaps just some clarity. In your report at the very end of option number 1, it says staff do not recommend this option based on previous reviews and decisions related to at-large and ward systems. I just wondered, is there something to add to this? Because I wasn't quite sure based on the previous reviews piece.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So in 2016, at the time, administration had looked at, upon council direction, looked at boundaries. They did extensive work in forming a boundary chart at that time. Went to public consultation. The public consultation didn't reflect the support that was anticipated, I feel, from reading previous reports. So at that time, council decided to then put it on the 2018 ballot as a result of that. At that time, the results, as reflected in the background of the report, showed that I'll use the percentage, not the actual numbers, that 38.5% of voters showed that 58.5% voted no, and 41.5% voted yes. So because it didn't meet that 50% threshold, council then had that decision based on the result of the referendum before them, and they decided not to consider wards and for their term of council, which now brings us to 2024.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, through your worship, I remember that question on the ballot, and I could not remember any public engagement. And there was a lot of people asking, what was that all about? So perhaps what I'm gathering from what you're saying is there was a big time gap in between that piece and the final vote. Just a couple of comments. I feel that wards do have a great advantage, and even this week, I had 2 people reach out to me and say, I don't know who my counselor is. I want to talk about something. There are some advantages that aren't recorded on that thing. I feel quite strongly, knowing what our mayor and deputy mayor handle, that there can be some advantage to taking a bit of the pressure off your activities when they are in fact things that can be delegated to ward councillors. And another piece is if a councillor is not performing well, it does become more obvious if you're in a ward system. And I think that, just as a comment, there's less chance of pressure during campaign time in voting in slate councils. So sometimes there are some advantages that might be worthy of consideration as well. I am in agreement, but I'm in agreement with option 2. But I feel that it is extremely important to educate the public on the system so that they can make a wise decision if they feel the ward system is for them or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms, and now on to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Nicole, first off, for that report. Okay, while I would have preferred to have an option 3 added to this matter, considering that under the Act, an elected council can make the decision without having another ballot on this matter. I will be voting for option 1, which a boundary review is required regardless. My position and reasoning for supporting a ward system in our community is that it provides a better representation and helps to create a sense of partnership and trust to the elected. Councillors within a small area can provide a more personal connection between community and the council and gives councillors an opportunity to get to know their constituents on a more personal level. It also provides the elimination of constant duplication of work on the same issues, further creating additional work for the staff, having to answer to different individuals with different opinions on the exact same matters. A ward system naturally distributes the workload between councillors, therefore representing all facets of municipality. Many residents are unaware that under the policy of the town, any emails sent to all members of council can only be answered by the mayor and his representatives. Having a ward system is not something innovative in our country. And as such, it is evident that a council is elected. The goals are that we work as a team for the betterment of the community. Hopefully, this matter is reviewed without division within our community, as it is obvious our growth is dictating that we begin the process of reviewing this matter for the future of our community. And I just wanted to point out there are several Simcoe municipalities that have a ward system, and they include Elmville, Orillia, Springwater, Oro Middleknight, Barrie, Innisfil, Essa, Bradford West Gwillimbury, Beaton, New Tottenham, Clearview, Tecumseh, Creemore, and Stayner. And I believe elected councillors will not lack perspective of what's best for our town as a whole. Thank you for your quick handling.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we go on to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd like to reiterate what Councillor Belanger said, and I understand about the downtown, and number one, I am a strong supporter of a ward system. And for the downtown, I've thought that is where we make our money. That is the commercial. So as far as the tax base goes, I feel it quite comfortable to speak to the public about that is where the tax base comes from, and that's the money, and that's your downtown. And I love your presentation there, Andrew, explaining about how councillors are all involved, so they would have the assurance of that. So, yeah, I'm really comfortable on that avenue, that being our tax base. The other point is about the consultation last time. I recall, too, it being on the ballot box, on the ballot clearly. I don't remember, so I know there must be a public meeting. Clerk, you said public consultation, and maybe the mayor, you recall. Was there an actual public meeting? Because I don't recall one.
No, there wasn't. There was information, I believe, that was distributed through perhaps our webpage. Don't hold me to all of this because I'm just trying to go by memory. And perhaps it was talked about somewhat maybe in simcoe.com. But the decision was made to put it on the ballot and let the people tell us what they wanted, and then the decision would be made in the following council, and that's what we ended up doing.
So I guess I'm still just puzzled because it said, your number one line there was mandatory public meeting. So there's my query.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, the mandatory public meeting was if council decides to go to a ward system, that they have a mandatory public meeting to explain it and to let people understand. In this case, or in that case, council made a decision to simply put the question on the ballot and then do whatever it was that the people had decided in the next term of council. And so the people decided in that next election to not, I think maybe just 58 to 41 or whatever, to not have a ward system. So it went no further in the next council.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So with what I understand in 2016, in the middle of the term, is when they looked at the boundaries and the review. As part of that process, a good ward boundary review obviously encompasses really strong public consultation. So that was done. And then as a result of that, they decided to look at 2018 to put that referendum, the question on the ballot. With regards to the report and the one public meeting requirement, so that is if council decides to put any question on the ballot prior to passing that bylaw in the election year, there must be a public meeting. That's what that requirement is. I feel strongly that one public meeting is not enough, and if we were to look at putting that question on the ballot, administration would ensure that the public has been informed of what a ward system does and what the at-large system does, the advantages and disadvantages, similar to what we've outlined in the appendix of the report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anything further, Councillor? Good. All right. Now going to Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. My concerns with putting it on the ballot are that Wasaga Beach can often be like a polarity politics. It's not necessarily voting for what's right for the municipality. It's voting for whose idea it was. And I think that a ward system, as inevitable as I feel it is in any town as it's growing, will happen here at some point. And putting it on the ballot would simply be solving the question of who's got the loudest voice and who can win an argument, not necessarily if it's right or wrong for the community. I do like option one because it allows us to do the review and still keeps open the door to have council vote on the issue rather than having the electorate vote on the issue. I feel like we could spend an awful lot of time and money delaying this and putting it down the road or whatever by putting it on a ballot for it simply to be a lottery, much like if you think of things like Brexit, where it was more of a campaign thing than it was anything to do with what was right for the political situation. So again, I feel ward is inevitable. I don't feel like putting it on the ballot is absolutely necessary.
Thank you, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. At this point, I couldn't support option one, just simply with the price tag that comes with it at $60,000 as an estimate, plus staff time. We already have a very heavy workload and our focuses and priorities are set. I also feel that based on the projected growth of our community, especially in the next 5 years of what's already in queue in terms of especially the west end of the community, those boundaries are going to constantly be flexing and having to be moved potentially. So I think it's just a little bit premature for the growth of this community, and I think I'd be more in favor of holding it off until we settle down a little bit in our growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other comments? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the clerk, just touching on something that the Deputy Mayor said here. Option one does carry a $60,000 price tag to do the boundary review. Would that not exist if the plebiscite or whatever on the ballot is successful as well? Like at some point, does that cost happen no matter what?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. It would be my recommendation that a consultant does the ward boundary review. They are the experts. They look at the future growth trends, the representation by population, the representation of communities of similar interests, the geographical areas, the natural boundaries that already exist within the municipality, such as the roads and the bridges. So Yes, essentially what I'm getting to is the costs. I would recommend, even if it's now or in the next term of council, would be to engage a consultant to do that ward boundary review.
Mr. White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you. I just want to make it abundantly clear that, either option here has that cost attached to it, not just simply picking one or the other. Either way, we're going to incur the $60,000 guesstimate of.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. And through your worship, it's well within council's purview, either recommendation. The reason I had chosen to go with the question on the 2026 ballot was based on the history of the town and other ward boundary reviews that they have looked at. This is not a popular decision, typically, with whatever way council decides to go. There is a political risk. This town has historically had amazing voter turnout at the elections. So what best way to get that proper reflection of what the electorate wants than putting that question on the ballot and allowing them to indicate to you then how they would like to proceed. So that's my recommendation, is to ensure that we get a proper representation from all the voters on whether they'd like to go to a ward system or stay at large.
Thank you. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, a follow-up question. Madam Clerk, you mentioned that in 16 some work was done on evaluating boundaries then. Was that completed, and is that a starting off point for us to look at?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. 2016, so we're already 8 years ago. I think this town has seen substantial growth, and we're going to continue to see that growth. So we would want to ensure that the proper growth projections are factored. So I don't think that we would necessarily rely heavily on the work. It would definitely be referenced, but we would look at ensuring that we got updated growth projections for the town and what that looks like, that growth management.
All right. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Can we not also do a survey online, like with any other, we've put surveys just to see how the public feels?
Thank you. Absolutely, through your worship. Administration could do a simple survey just to state, should we go to a ward system? My concern with that is what those numbers are going to be. What is going to make council comfortable with the representation from the survey? What's that magic number? Is it 250 people of 25,000 that respond to that survey? Or is it 1,500? And then we're back to this decision again today.
Thank you. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Just for context, just a quick little search here. Both Midland and Penetang have done away with their ward systems. Midland made that decision in 2020 and in 2015 for Penetang. To Councillor DeLeo's point in regards to like Elmville and Stayner, those are part of Clearview and Springwater townships, which are massive geographical areas with very unique, very tiny hamlets within them. So understandable why they would need a ward system. For our community, that's not as large geographical area. I think it's a bit premature at this time, just to restate.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other comments or questions? Okay, all right. So I'll come back to you then, Councillor White. I have always been in support of a ward system, and I still understand the possible want and desire for a ward system by some of our citizens. And I can tell you in the last campaign, I heard from as many people who said, yes, we need a ward system, as I heard from people who said no. So in my last term of council, we considered this quite seriously, and we believed that council, for the most part, believed that a ward system was warranted here. But we made what I believe was a wise decision to put it on the ballot. And the clerk brought up a good point, which I think was part of the consideration to put it on the ballot, and that is we have a very strong turnout of voters in elections here. I think the last election was somewhere around 47% or even higher. That's a really good indicator when voter turnout is that high and they answer a question like this on the ballot as to what people really want. Another good point that the clerk brought up, based on Councillor Delio's question, which is a great question, can we not hold or have a survey done on this? And we can, but my feeling about surveys is that until you have that magic number of what's acceptable, surveys can be skewed very easily by a group or an organization. And we have seen that in the past, where at election time, people, 49% or 47% of the people answer that question. That is a really strong indicator as to what people wanted. And I can tell you, I was quite surprised in the election of 2018 that people didn't want it, because I was hearing that they did. So I think we made the right decision to do that. And for that reason, I again stand and believe that we should be putting it on the ballot and let the vast majority of people of this community who are going to be voting, 50% roughly, make that decision. It's a good indicator. It's a good, solid barometer for this council or the next council to use based on what the people tell us during their vote. And at the end of the day, with all due respect, the people who take the time and effort to go out and vote, it's their voice who should be heard, in my opinion. And that's why, although I believe Wasaga Beach is a community because of our lineage, that probably is, a ward system here is probably something that is suitable. The other thing for people to understand, though, is that ward system or no ward system, the Municipal Act is clear that every member of council, whether it's a ward or not, its number one priority is to represent the community as a whole and what's best for that community. Fight for your ward, but at the end of the day, what's best for the community as a whole. And that often gets lost. And the other thing, just to clarify, and it was previously mentioned, is that most communities within the county of Simcoe who have ward systems are townships. Why? Because these townships amalgamated and they've been made up of several small towns, Creemore, Stayner, for Clearview, Duntrue and those areas, Nottawa. That's why these are being represented by people who probably sat, for the most part, on councils when they didn't have a ward system or they weren't amalgamated. And that makes total sense, because there really are several communities within the township. Elmville and Springwater is made up of Elmville and Midhurst and so on. So my strong feeling is that, we put this back on the ballot and we let the people who will take the time and effort to go out and vote tell us what it is they want. All right, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. And there are lots of townships and communities within the in the county, but none are as awesome as Wasaga Beach. And although you and I appear to be aligned on whether or not we feel the ward system would be right for Wasaga Beach, I think we just have a difference of way of wanting to get there. So in that, through you to the clerk, I would motion, test the waters here at council to see how option one would hold up, and motion for option one. And if it passes, it does. If not, then we can hear if there's a motion for number two.
Thank you, Your Worship. So option two is there, so I feel that'll be the same effect. So if we could just vote on option two, and then we'll see what the results are, and then we could proceed from there.
Sorry, Councillor Belanger?
Again, I have some concerns, but I would like clarification as to if it goes on the 2026 ballot, what are we suggesting is the implementation of a ward system? Immediately or the next term of council?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So we would analyze the results. If 50% of the electorate came out and voted in the positive, then council has no decision-making. At that time, if the majority state that we're going to go to a ward system, then administration would start implementing that. If we didn't meet that threshold, as indicated in the legislation, then administration would bring back the results of the question on the ballot, and it would be before council a similar decision whether to proceed with a ward boundary review or to perhaps put it on the 2030 ballot. So that's how that would work.
Just a follow-up is certainly the last time this went on the ballot, that was not what was communicated to us. It was communicated that it was for the next term of council, if it were passed. But I want to add further to Councillor White's perspective. We have some unique situations in our community where in a ward system, a particular councillor could get some pretty significant pressure. That I believe that if they wanted to be reelected, they may be hard pressed to not be affected by that pressure as opposed to what is absolutely best for the community. And I believe at this time that we're really putting people in that position in our town. I fail to see, I have been given personally no indication of people in the town that feel there's been negative or a lack of representation. But again, I've certainly had people talk to me from all over town, and I believe personally the status quo is fine, and again, especially with the work that lies ahead of us over the next 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, I may have misinterpreted your question, Councillor, respectfully. In the event that Council directed administration to do a ward boundary review in the next term of Council, it would be in effect for the 2030 election. So at that time, if it was decided to go to wards, the ward system would be in effect at that time.
So,
go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
So just to follow up, if 2030 would be the earliest that we would implement a full ward system after the review, then I could support that, because I believe that we would be down the road far enough on our priorities of the beachfront development and downtown.
All right, we'll now go to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification to the clerk, please. So if it goes on the ballot and it gets passed on the next election, that incoming council, would they then be assigned to a ward because they wouldn't have run in a ward, or would it then take place 4 years later is the implementation? Just for clarity, please.
Thank you. And you're correct. It would be implementation for the next election. That's when the electorate would vote by ward. So the 2030 election. So 2026, we put the question, we get the decision. If we were to do a ward boundary review, we establish the wards, then that's how the electorate would vote in 2030, is by ward.
So sorry to interrupt you, Deputy Mayor Snell. To be clear, if it's on the ballot and the people of Wasaga Beach tell the council that is elected in 26 that they want a ward system, and council decides that that's the right thing to do, which the people say so it should be, then at that time the money would be spent to develop the ward boundaries, the 60,000. By then it'll probably be 80,000, but those dollars will be spent, those ward boundaries will be set, and then the election for 2030, so the following election will be a ward system election. So we're all clear on that. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? All right. Go ahead. Yeah,
just a quick follow-up, just for my own understanding, in school boards, you're able to run for a board or for an area, that you don't live in. With municipal wards, do you have to have a residence within a ward in order to run for that ward?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So I've had the benefit of working in municipality with ward system and at-large system. So within the ward system, you would vote in the ward that you reside. If you own property and don't reside in the town, then you would vote in the ward that you own the property.
Sorry, I think the question was, as a member of council, can you run in a ward you don't live in? You do not have to live in the ward that you run in.
That's right. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
Okay, sorry, just another quick follow-up. So when you mentioned, so would the general public, they would only vote for their councillor in their ward, and then perhaps the mayor or deputy mayor that are at large still? Okay.
Yes, and that system can look different. Some systems, you vote for the mayor at large, and then council in ward systems, and that deputy mayor position is rotated through council. In other municipalities, there's councillors in each ward, and the deputy mayor and the mayor are voted at large. So there is different systems that exist, and that would be part of the ward boundary review, to look at what that council composition is and what the representation is for the town.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Ego. All right, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else have questions or comments? All right, I guess the thing to mention is that with respect to the ward system, because the question has come up, I believe it is an easier process for members of council to get elected if it's a ward system, because you are having to deal with much fewer people. It's much more difficult to get elected at large because you now have to appeal to the whole community. What I have seen in the past happens is you could very well end up with members of council on council for many years that really aren't helping move the community forward. But they're there because the ward loves them, because they do whatever for the ward. So I reiterate, it's why I believe that we should be sending this to the ballot and let the people, when they vote, tell us what it is they want. And at that time, the council of the day will decide to spend the dollars and cents on the ward boundaries, because we could spend those dollars today and we don't implement it to the next election anyway. And based on the growth that we have, I'll use the West End as a prime example. Right now, if you look at the West End of town, residents are few. With everything that has come to the town for development in 4 years, that could be drastically different. So we'd have to then do an amendment to a ward boundary that we've already looked at and spend more money. So those are the things to consider. All right, so Madam Clerk, I'm going to return to you for the question. So is that, I know that Councillor White had suggested that we put number 1 first and vote on that, and if that passes, great. If it fails, go to number 2, but I think you had thought we'll go to number 2 first, so I'll leave that to you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That is the recommended motion on the floor, that the report titled At-Large versus Ward System, Planning for the Future to the council meeting of May 16th, 2024 be received, and that the Director of Legislative Services / clerk be directed to initiate the process of placing a question on the 2026 ballot with regards to a ward system in accordance with the Municipal Elections Act as outlined in option 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've heard the question. Any comments?
Mover and seconder.
All right, can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Sorry, recorded vote. I'll get there by the end of the term.
Councillor Belanger.
I'm voting in favor of option 2.
Councillor DeLeo.
Opposed.
Councillor Ego.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
Opposed.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is 10.10, the Farmers Market Agreement Amendment. And this item was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger, go ahead. Well, you're the first one on this because you're the one who pulls everything, so it's up to you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Through the mayor, I guess I got my work done a little earlier. Anyhow, it was unclear to me as the level of collaboration between the organizers of the market with this change. But the other thing that wasn't indicated, and I clearly recall when the market was on the east side, or sorry, the west side, and initially they had a lot of their non-food vendors that were able to locate on the grassy area, provided it didn't I guess, disrupt the Jazz in the Park. But the market is expanding and growing, and I would support this if there was an opportunity to expand some of the vendors onto the grassy area, so that we're not limited to the space that is shown in the diagram, because they were very tight in that space when we were there before, and I want the market to continue to grow, so.
Thank you, Councillor. Caitlin, comment?
Through you, Your Worship. So yes, we have met with market organizers to determine where they would like to set up the market this year, and they are in agreement with the layout that we have in the amendment. So as for the grass area, it's something we can certainly look at. We have done it in the past, as you said. The problems we had with it, though, was that people were driving their cars in, like, onto the grass to set up because a lot of their stuff's heavy, or they just have a lot of stuff to carry with them. So it did tear up the grass quite a bit. So I'm not sure how much parks would like to see that come again, but it is something we can explore. And then I will also add that at the time when we were at the west, at this end, in the previous year that you referenced, we had to stay within the lane of traffic. So this year we've actually expanded it to take over that entire corner. So we will have a lot more room than what was provided in previous years. So they'll be able to expand in that corner.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I was involved with discussions with staff, farmers market personnel, as well as the Primetime Club with regards to the move that they didn't feel was satisfactory. And it was more about traffic movement than actual parking concerns. There was a lot of disruption and nervousness around vendors coming in, as well as the number of people that come and go on that side, which is tighter, and the laneway to all the entrances to the building are in that area as well. I feel that there's something missing in the site plan, and it hasn't been addressed before, and I feel that we should consider designated parking for the vendors. That far east side is not well utilized, even on the busiest nights of the market and the Jazz in the Park. And it would be nice if something could be added to designate the vendors to the far side so that they're not taking up valuable parking, because that's what happens when there's too much parking at the market, around the market, taken up by vendors that people are coming and going. And, you know, we've seen in fact before people trying to drive into the market, which is really quite scary. As well, I don't see a designated spot for the bookmobile. The bookmobile is a very lovely feature of the market, and certainly something that the library is providing again this year, and I hope that it will be somehow designated close to the activity of the farmers market. The other piece that's missing, I feel, is the storage cube that was easily added last year to the other side. The shed, if it's still there, on the west side is shared with other groups or staff. It's not in great shape and a little bit of a mouse problem. So it's not great for chairs and tents to be stored in there. So those are a little bit of my concern about moving back to the other side and missing some points that probably should be considered. I do notice that there's a couple of housekeeping pieces, and I apologize because normally it's my practice to speak to the author of our report, and I had to rush out of a meeting with you and didn't get to finish, Caitlin. But I understand that Section 3 of the bylaw gives the clerk authorization to make administrative changes. And I would just suggest maybe looking at Section E about the current COVID-19 pandemic, which is no longer relevant, as well as the dispute resolution piece. It might also not be clearly relevant now with changes in our structure. There is something that I'm really concerned about as well with the market, and that's succession planning. We are acknowledging that it's a welcome, vibrant community event, and it happens weekly, and it certainly has brought some wonderful benefits to our community. Vendors tell me that there's as many visitors as residents that come to the market. I know this because I was vendor coordinator for a couple of years ago. My husband was also a vendor several years back, so I've been around the outside of that market quite a bit. The two key organizers have expressed their desire to resign. They are challenged physically as well, and it is quite a burden for the folks that are there. We're at risk of losing that market. We have had some conversations about this. I don't believe that the town's best fix for this problem is to dedicated staff to assist. This in itself is expensive and not necessarily sustainable. So it's something that I'd just like to plant the seed that if we want that market to continue, that we should be looking at some interesting alternatives, perhaps with community groups or some way to make that market succeed beyond the current two organizers' involvement. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Councillor Timms, and you raised some really important points there. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell? Oh, I'm sorry. Caitlin? Go ahead, I'll get back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, if I can address a few of Councillor Tim's concerns. So I might miss a few, but the bookmobile, we will be working with the library to find a great spot for them to park and make sure they can easily get in and get out. I will talk to Val at the library to arrange that. As for the shed, we will be allowing the farmers market to use that shed that you referenced, but I believe they'll also be renting a storage shed for things that we don't want critters to get at. And it will likely be placed beside the current shed. The errors in the agreement, so thank you for pointing those out. They're just carried over from our previous agreement from last year. I definitely think it's time to remove the section about COVID-19, knock on wood. But we will also amend the agreement to match the current council structure, as we've had some changes since this agreement was signed. And I'd also add that Andrew and I did chat about the market earlier this week, and we do have some ideas how to improve the site plan outside of what you see here. So this farmers market will remain in that area, but we are looking at how we can perhaps actually park cars behind vendor booths, similar to what they do in Collingwood. And then also change like where the booths are laid out, and that's really just to improve the traffic flow, layout, and like the aesthetic appeal of the market.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two thoughts. Instead of renting a storage space, can we utilize the outdoor rink change room space or something like that? That would be rodent-proof and easily accessible to the location, for one.
Through you, Your Worship, we can definitely look into that. That might be a great solution.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Awesome. And the other thing I'd love to see too is if you guys are able to put in a sign, you know where the digital sign is, it's got the posts, to put a sign in between those two posts. It'll keep it easy for maintenance, for cutting grass and stuff. But that stays there the entire season and says, you know, farmers market every Tuesday, this time to this time, so that it's clearly being promoted and people understand what that activation is when it's going on.
Caitlin?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, certainly, we'll look into that sign. We're already ordering a few feather flags for the farmers market so that you can see them as you pass by easily. And we will look into that sign as well. I think that's a great idea.
And I think, you know, if any accommodation needs to happen in order for that sign to remain there for the entire season, feather flags obviously can't stay up all the time, but just to get the continuous marketing for it.
All right, excellent. Any other questions or comments? I'm looking at the site plan here, and I looked at it yesterday as well, and I mean, this is every Tuesday evening, correct, throughout the summer months? So this is for May, June, July, August, September, I think we go to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's the end of June until the end of September.
Okay. So 5 months of the year, 4 months of the year. And it's Tuesday evenings. Anytime I've been up there, the why and whatnot at this time of day is probably in its quieter time. So when I look at this and we talk about, do we put people on the grass? Do we move them to the back? What I know is when we used to hold it here a few years ago, there was major concerns about safety, cars coming in and out of that entrance, that ingress, egress, and so on. I don't know why for Tuesday evenings for the 4 hours that it's occurring, why we can't just close that particular driveway off and keep traffic away completely. Probably could do that using the bookmobile, Pam. And so it's getting great visibility as well. And then we're not worried about the safety of cars coming in and out of there and so on and so forth. And then with respect to the storage, I hear loud and clear what the Deputy Mayor Snell is saying, that, you know, could we host it over in the building for the outdoor arena? But now people are trucking back and forth, and if it's raining, it's mucky, and so on and so forth. For 4 months of the year, I'm going to say this out loud, why don't we just put a sea can in this area very close, paint it nicely, wrap it, whatever it is. It's rodent-proof for sure, and it's handy and close for everybody to use for the market. Listen, the market has grown exponentially. The volunteers have done a phenomenal job. I think it's only going to get better, but we need to quit complicating things. Close the road off, in my opinion, for that 4 or 5 hours or 6 hours of the day. There's another great entrance to come in and out of there. And I know people say, yeah, but this is where the light is, and so on. Get a sea can and we solve the issues, I think, and we give the bookmobile and the library great visibility. Just my thoughts. All right, if there's no other questions, I will read the motion. And the motion for 10.10 Farmer Market Agreement is that the report titled Farmers Market Agreement Amendment to Council Meeting of May 16, 2024 be received, and that the Council approves the Appendix A amendment to the Farmers Market Agreement modifying the market's designated location at the Recplex. Now, before I call the question or ask for a mover and a seconder, based on everything we've heard here, I think staff are just clear what we're looking for. I don't think we need to amend this, Madam Clerk, or do we?
You're correct, Your Worship. There's no amendment required.
All right. So if I could have a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to 10.11, the Wasaga Beach Public Library Market Space Program Requisition. This was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor Timms, Deputy Mayor Snell, and Councillor Ego. So, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, through the mayor. Again, I'll reiterate, as I did earlier, as I think our teams are doing an amazing job. But I do have some concerns about unbudgeted expense at this time. I think if we had a lot of time to plan staffing for the new library, council previously has approved all of those things. I clearly understand there's an opportunity related to some of the specialized rooms that we've created, and no doubt, I believe there's additional opportunity. With that said, I could go through almost every department within our town hall and municipality and give you good reason why we need a little more payroll, because that's likely the reality. I also concerned that we don't have a full year under our belt in the new library. So I don't think anyone can accurately predict what the operational cost, the final operational cost, will be for a full year of operation. When you consider, I think we're still negotiating insurance, utilities, all of those things. So I would be more than happy to contemplate a discussion on this next year. But I personally believe that we should be able to juggle existing payroll to the best we can to maximize whatever opportunities exist within the facility. And at this time, I don't feel I won't support an additional unbudgeted expense. I would like if someone could tell me what the anticipated operational costs were in the final year of our old building and the operational costs forecast for the library in the new building, because I believe it's a very substantial difference already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Anyone want to take a swing at that one? Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do not have those numbers readily available, but I would agree with your statement that it was a substantial difference. But I think it would be best if I didn't throw a number out there when I'm not confident with the number I have in my head. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam CFO. All right, moving on now to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I really feel that the data speaks to the high demand that the makerspace has been picked up on by the public, with many of the programs having waiting lists and filling up very quickly. And it was really based on the fact that that was what could be provided in a 20-hour work week. I think it's also worthy to mention that a very significant investment was made to provide equipment for this program. Also worthy of mentioning is the fact that the Chamber of Commerce and the Lions Club of Wasaga Beach provided some significant sponsorship for this room. I think it's really unfortunate that when people have short-term contract opportunities for part-time hours, that they're always on the lookout for a more stable position, and I believe that this is the case in this instance, and it's quite unfortunate. I also do want to mention that this space is really cutting edge in the county, with the only thing like it being the Innisfil Idea Lab, and that it's really quite something. In fact, in Innisfil, they found a way to create small revenue by creating their own products, giftware, and jewelry and gifts, creating a small revenue for the library as well. So I would like to support this. I think that this is the shining jewel of our new library, and I'd hate to see those rooms dark.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. We'll now move on to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Listening to the other councillors speak, I can agree with both of you. You know, it would be a shame to not have every opportunity bursting at the seams in the library, and obviously it's been so well received in the community and in the region. But I share Councillor Belanger's concerns of ballooning costs and really not having a complete picture of what those costs are going to be. What I would find super helpful, because forgive my ignorance, I don't know exactly about your operation structure, staffing structure, or projections. I personally would really benefit learning more about the library in terms of about your staff composition and what you anticipate over the next, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever, so I have more background and more context when being asked to vote on something like this request. If we could, please, Pam. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any comments, Pam?
I can wait till the end.
Okay, all right. Now moving on to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you, Pam. It's a very exciting report, and I agree with Councillor Timms that it's a shining jewel in our town. Absolutely, there's no doubt on that. I have a couple of questions on it. Are there certain hours when it was most popular? Was it daytime, evening, anything in that?
Through Your Worship. I believe we ran programs through the day and evening, acknowledging who would be available. So obviously we programmed during the day for adults and seniors, And then we programmed in the afternoons and evenings for families and children, except on the weekends, we could hit them all. So we offered 28 programs through March and April. We had 223 participants in the makerspace, and we had 421 people on the waiting list for those programs. So we feel that there is a definite interest in the community in taking these on. It's unfortunate that our Makerspace programmer had other opportunities that she pursued, and that is the bane of our existence, part-time help at the library, because they will go where the dollars are better for them, and that really puts us behind, especially in this kind of role that is highly technical. They really need to know their equipment. They need to get updated on the equipment, and when they leave, they take that knowledge with them, and we're back to the square one. We are trying to cross-train staff, but we just don't have the capacity to offer extensive programming with our current staff. When we developed my staffing model, it was for 2023, and that provided our basic bargain basement service, and this position was put in place part-time because that's all we could get, and that was to set up this makerspace and to try and get it operational with the hopes that we could expand it as we go on. Our library, unfortunately, is plagued with part-time staff, and it is challenging for us. I think there is only one person who has been hired to the library, other than the CEO way back when, who joined the library in a full-time capacity. We have no choice but to bring them part-time, prove that there is a need there, try and up the hours, and then try and convert to full-time. So this is another of those situations that we brought it in part-time because that's what we could do. And we've seen that there is an interest, there is a need, and so we're just trying to augment that now.
Thank you, Pam. Councillor Ego, carry on.
Thank you for that. I think you answered my next question, actually, and that was that the programmer does have special qualifications. You cannot juggle other library staff to, take those hours if perhaps their section isn't busy. It's obviously a qualified position.
It's quite an uphill learning stretch, and then as well, in order to activate, we really need to have that person have time to find people in the community who can also assist. So it's developing volunteers and experts who can also come in and help with that. So there is significant time involved in this role, not just offering programs, but pre-planning ahead and trying to get more involvement, as well as helping out the community do their thing. So, yeah.
Those were my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, I just failed to mention too that, through the mayor, is that we're really not just approving this position for 2024. There's clearly an expectation that this would automatically be expected to continue on in the 2025 budget. So again, I understand the need. I'm empathetic towards that. But at the end of the day, we could have team leaders coming to us at every council meeting with very justified asks for additional payroll. The reality is I am not prepared to go over budget this year, and certainly not to have to require a larger than necessary property tax increase for the 2025 budget. So I'm just very concerned. I understand the needs. As I said, I see them in many areas. I'm just saying is that maybe it's prudent that we have to make do. We have to get creative. Maybe there's a volunteer within the community that would relish taking on some of these skills to run a machine and run some courses. I don't know. But I've been in the corporate world for 30 and 35 years, and I can't tell you a single time where the president or vice president weren't tightening up the screws to say, okay, sorry, no, you're not going to get that request. And a matter of fact, you're going to have to make do with less. We're not doing that. I understand the challenges. I think, again, our staff is amazing. We got a great track record, but I really believe that we're now in almost into June, halfway through the year, and that we really need to build some of this stuff into the 2025 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. It's my understanding that the question that we're working on right now is that we're asked to improve the increase of 15 hours per week, and that to the end of December 24, and those funds of $20,491 are to be funded from the library reserves. Have I got it right? So we're not addressing 2025 right now. Thank you. Okay.
All right,
Be
good.
sure.
Before I go to Deputy Mayor Snell and then to Councillor Timms, I'll move to our CFO for comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention, I do have the figures now, if I could give you, the 2021 actual library operating costs were $1 million. In 22, it was $1.3 million. 23, it was $1.3 million. And the 24 budget is $1.5 million. If we went back to 2018, 2019, and around there, I believe we were running around the 800,000 level for the library operating. So that gives you a sense of the change over time for the library costs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. So roughly $100,000 a year has been added to their budget. Thank you for those numbers. One question I had is, do we charge anything, a small nominal fee for any of the makerspace stuff? Because it does consume product and obviously wear and tear on the equipment. That's my first question.
Thank you, through Your Worship. Once we get through the introductory phase, when we start programming, right now a lot of our programs have been introducing them to the equipment, then we will be doing cost recovery for any of the materials that we're utilizing, so whether it's the vinyl, the plastics, those sort of things. So people will be giving back the cost of those products, and we will be able to purchase more materials with those funds.
Where I'm sort of taking these questions is around sustainability and having users contribute to the overhead cost, whether it's materials or also staffing, and to allow you to get the skilled person that you're needing. Do you have a business case in terms of renting out the lab studio, like the recording studio and the mic and things like that, with the green screen, where you think you could generate some revenue to help contribute to your overhead?
I believe that's something that we'll look into potentially for 2025, 2026. We really need to better understand its full capacity on how we can utilize this, and then it's also, once again, depending on staff managing that aspect. The library is known for not charging for programs, and we want it accessible to all people, to remove those barriers for learning, for access, and give them all the same opportunity. However, that doesn't mean that if there is a bigger thing like somebody potentially recording as a band, not absolutely certain that we can do that in that room, but we'll look into it. Then potentially there's a few dollars that can be rented for a space like that if it's used as a studio space.
Thank you, through Your Worship. The study that Council approved to be done in terms of our facilities that's underway, was the new library included as a way of really being looked at of best utilization and potential revenue generation that you're aware of?
I'm sorry, which study?
The facility study, when we were looking at the old arena and what better way to purpose the use. My understanding from Chris Russo was that it was going to be looking at the Recplex, like all of our town-owned sort of public spaces, to see best utilization and programming and potential revenue generation. Does anybody know?
I don't believe I'm included in that study, but I can certainly speak to him to see if that's an opportunity.
Okay, because I think that, to me, that would make sense if that was the case, because, you know, and I can totally appreciate the history of libraries being free and open to all, but I think, you know, your programming is so diverse, and every year it's significant investment being put in there. I think we need to figure out a way so that you have more stability in your planning as well, right? So you're not having to constantly come back and ask for more or adjust and change and be at the will of council's decision. That's not a very comfortable space to be in either. So I think overall the picture needs to be looked at.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms, did I see your hand up?
Yes, you did, Your Worship, and through you to CEO of Library Services. Could you let us know, as council, what it will look like when the makerspace personnel completes the job and moves on? What will happen in that space going forward till the end of the year?
Currently, the makerspace person has moved on. They've left. So May, we're kind of dead in the water. June, we're trying to get back up and offering some introduction to some of the equipment, as well as trying to make the space an open space with some of the staff trained to support people there. So quite frankly, if we are not able to bring back a makerspace programmer, which could be challenging because currently the contract, if we advertise tomorrow, the contract ends in October. There are not going to be a lot of takers for 20 hours a week for such a short-term contract. So we will probably be in a holding phase of trying to do the bare minimum that we can with the staffing level that we have, and hoping that we get somebody in eventually in 2025, if that's the case, who can help us really achieve more. So we'll be doing the bare minimum.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Sorry, Your Worship, sorry, the table. Councillor Timms triggered a thought there. So if you're obviously saving for in those staff wages at this time, has that been factored into this ask? For one, is one question, and two, is the relationship with the previous person who left still intact, where maybe perhaps they would be interested in coming back for a fee and actually record them using the equipment so that you have a trainable tool to cross-train your staff, or as to use that video as potential orientation to your new person?
Thank you, through Your Worship. We will certainly utilize some of the funds that we have the gap, obviously, from the month of May. She wasn't paid a lot, as you can see, based even on the cost of even extending this contract. But yeah, we can certainly, that will have some sway because we may be a month, 2 months behind, but that wasn't factored into the cost that we put into the report. So there may be a difference of a couple $1,000s, not a lot. In the meantime, yes, all of our staff are being cross-trained on the equipment, but once again, it comes down to time and availability, and whether or not not everybody has the capacity to really be passionate about this equipment. We will all learn how to turn it on and how to do the basics, but we really need somebody to lead the community on this equipment, especially with the school going in next door, probably with the intention to utilize this equipment too. So we really need to become the community leaders on some of these technologies and really help get especially our young people up to speed and be ready for when that school opens its doors, that we can put our best foot forward.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, this is extremely concerning to me. We have this absolutely beautiful facility that is being very well utilized by our citizens. It cost us almost $60 million. And what I'm learning, not only today, and not only with respect to the library, is that it seems we somehow failed to plan for the requirement to staff and run the new arena, Twin Pad Arena and Library, which is kind of shocking to me. In my business, when I decide I'm going to build a new building or renovate or open another store, the first thing I do is a business plan, and I plan for how many staff it's going to take. And we renovate a store, for example, we know that that's going to give us a 15 to 22% boost in sales, and So we planned for that, and when we open the door, we're ready to go, and we're continuing on. And our management staff is well-trained to know that if someone should leave and we don't replace that person, we have staff or management who can fill that spot. So when I hear today that, you know, this person has already left, and currently that, because of that, the makerspace has been black or been dark, that's really concerning to me. This is a $60 million investment, and $23 million of that for the library, and now we have, which seems to be the most exciting part of the library, that is black. You know, we've had two really ugly budgets for this council to start, and I don't mind saying it again, the reason those budgets have been so ugly is because of the costs of this facility, and a big part of that has been operationally. And now we're learning that even though we have two ugly budgets, we still don't have enough money to run this facility well or properly, and to keep it clean, and to keep things working and staffed properly, so that the public going in has what they need, and that the washrooms are being cleaned, and the floors are being mopped, and the windows are cleaned, and kitchens are kept up to snuff. And, you know, the sad part about that is, although it's a decision made by a previous council, this council is going to eat it. And when I say this council, I mean the citizens of Wasaga Beach are going to eat this. Because what I'm seeing is we've got this new facility that, quite frankly, is in need of some tender love and care. And I'm seeing that in our other buildings at the Recplex. When I'm there, I'm seeing it's not to a level of cleanliness and standard that I would expect in the past. And so we've got an issue here. We've got a big issue. And we've got to find a solution. And I don't think that today, adding another $20,500 out of reserves is going to solve the issue that we have. I think it's a much bigger issue than what we're seeing before us here today. And however, I absolutely hate to see this space that is so cool and so many people want to use. 250 people have used it and 400 and something on a waiting list. What it tells me is it's the right decision to have it. But with all due respect, and I'm not putting this on any particular staff member, I want to be clear, I think staff know how I feel about each and every one of you. I think you're amazing. But we failed to plan here, it seems to me. And unless someone can explain or convince me otherwise, I don't see it any other way. And so we need to get back very quickly to the drawing board, have some hard conversations as to how we're going to be fixing this issue, not only at the TPAL, but at other buildings now within the community. The Recplex is a good example of this. And this is not a one-time deal. I mean, we can take this from reserves today and say, here you go, and it fixes the immediate problem, hopefully, not immediately, but hopefully. But if that person leaves in 3 months, we're right back here again with this area being dark. And so although we thought, you know, let's go ahead, let's go it alone and build $60 million and put that on the taxpayer, we failed to understand clearly what it was going to cost to maintain and run and operate this. And I'm so surprised by that. It's unbelievable. And I don't put that on staff. I put that on council, quite frankly. So this council's got to find a way to fix this. And we've got to find a way rather quickly. In the meantime, we've got an area that is dark that shouldn't be, absolutely shouldn't be. And I come into this meeting today after reading the report thinking, you know what? I know over the years how much the budget of the library has increased. And I know that we've just spent $23 million to give them this beautiful new library and all the toys and bells and whistles. And I don't begrudge that in any way, shape, or form. So I came into this meeting thinking, I'm not prepared to give the library another penny. But in listening to the conversation, I don't think we have a choice right now. quite frankly. And because of that, I'll support this, but I want to be clear that I won't support anything for next year to cover this until this council has a fulsome report from staff as to how we're going to deal with the operational shortfalls, both the T-PAL and the library, the Twin Pad Arena, sorry, and the library, and also get back to making sure that our other facilities are kept at a standard that I think the people of Wasaga Beach have come to know and expect. We cannot allow this facility to be run down and not looked after, and neither can we allow that on any of our other facilities. So I'll support this today because I want to see that room up and running. But I would really like a report back from staff, not only on how we're going to deal with these shortfalls, but in particular the library and the arena, what the plan there is. I think it's important that not only we cross-train staff, but management needs to be trained on this to be able to fill this so that it's not dark. And I know that it's not like management doesn't have enough work to do. I get it. But we cannot have these great facilities that we've now invested so much in not be up and running for the public. Those are my comments. So I will read the motion. As recommended that the report titled Wasaga Beach Public Library Makerspace Program Reposition to the council meeting of May 16, 2024 be received, and that the council approve an increase of 15 hours per week and an extension of the marketplace programmer contract position to the end of December 2024, 3 months, at an unbudgeted cost of approximately $20,491 to be funded from the library reserves. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Eagle. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
Opposed?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
Opposed.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item number 10.12, Town of Wasaga Beach Small Business Support. This item was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor Timms, and Councillor White. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you. Through the mayor, there was some verbiage in the report that was a little confusing to me because I guess in summary, because of an increase of $5,000, we're going to opt out of the support of a Collingwood agreement, and then it went on to say that we're going to investigate options for full-time, in-person, local support. And then when we got to the financial implications, it said they were none. So that confused me a little. So I'm going to pass the floor to our Deputy CAO to clear that for me up.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Belanger, yes, our apologies. We used, it's in the recommendation too, so we put methods for delivering full-time in-person business support, and what we should put is dedicated, is what we're looking for, is a dedicated presence in our town on a weekly basis, so whether that's 1 day a week or 2 days a week, but it's a dedicated presence that serves our business community. So our apologies for using full-time. When I spoke to Councillor Belanger and I read the report, I can easily see why the alarm bells went off, so our apologies. But if you could, you
Please do, Jerry. Thank you.
Yeah, so last December, January, we caught it in the local media, whether it was Simcoe.com or Collingwood Today, that the SPEC was in jeopardy financially because of provincial funding hadn't been pre-approved at that point in time. So Caitlin and I caught that article and we reached out to the SPEC to discuss. And so they shared their plans on how to try and get the province to give them funding for a longer period of time. But also during that call, they informed us that our costs were going to go up with $5,000 as well. So moving us from $12,500 a year to $17,000. So we asked for some data. Said, listen, I'm a little lack knowledge on the SPEC and how you're performing. So they gave us that data, and we found that only 15% of the consultations were in Wasaga Beach. which set my alarm bells off. We're the largest community they serve by population, and I would suggest that if we counted up small businesses in each one of the municipalities, we have the most. Yet we only had 15% of the activity, so that causes some concern. So we actually invited them for the tour of the T-PAL and said, listen, we think you should be in the beach at least 1 day a week, 52 weeks a year. So Caitlin and I gave them a tour of our new T-PAL facility, showed them the rooms in the library, the meeting rooms, said, listen, you can have space here once a week for free, set up your appointments, willing to help out where we could. They seemed to be reluctant for that. So we went through after that tour, and Andrew, myself, and Caitlin met with Collingwood staff and reviewed the situation and reaffirmed our position that we have small businesses. 15% was not a very high number of businesses being served, and the fact that we wanted 1 day a week for 52 weeks to look at this as a serious opportunity for our businesses in the town. So they went away and they scratched their heads and they came back and they offered us a pilot, a 1 day per month. For a 6-month pilot, and of course that would come with that $17,000 a year price tag, or we can go to 2 days per month for a 6-month period for an additional $6,300, so $23,500 in total. Both offers fell well short of our 1 day per week, 52 times a year. So that model, in my opinion, staff's opinion, didn't really work. So we went out and we explored different options. So Caitlin and I visited Sandbox Center and chatted with them in the city of Barrie, which is a knowledge-based model. They came up, they toured our facilities, they toured the library with us, gave us some sense of how that relationship could work, how it could benefit our municipality and our businesses. We went also with, Carla set us up and we met with the Foundry in Collingwood, which is a shared working space model. So we visited that facility, we had a look at that, and I got a good sense of how that could look and feel. And then Caitlin and I joined in on a business enterprise out of Innisfil, DMZ it's called, that's kind of their business support group, and we listened to that model. So all three of those models seem to be better prepared to serve the current needs of our municipality over that of the SPEC. So that's kind of where we headed in that direction. And really for the SPEC, I looked at it and it's primarily one of their major deliverables is creating a business case. So if I want to open up a flower shop, they'd help me write a business case. But the fact of the matter is I can go to GPT, I guess I'm saying that right, AI, and say, write me a business case to open up a flower shop in Wasaga Beach. And 2 minutes later, I've got the deliverables, I've got that, I can actually personalize that, and I've got my business case in place. So, AI is kind of advanced now to the point where our businesses can use that to advantage. So if you can use that as a business entrepreneur trying to open up your doors, then if that's available to you through AI, what can we deliver as a municipality to help you take you from that point to get your doors open? So that's really what Caitlin and I would like to explore moving forward is what that would look like. And I guess the other one, part of our decision was the fact that the provincial funding did come through for the SPEC, but only for this year. So there's no guarantee that the province will continue to fund that in 2025, 2026. So that was in the back of our minds as well. So I think the opportunity for our businesses and municipalities is really to let the SPEC know that we'll work with them until the end of this contract, our $17,000 for this year. And Caitlin and I and staff will get back with a model to move forward with. And Caitlin, did I miss anything there? You want to add anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just also like to add that I think bringing the service and office to Wasaga Beach would have the aim to create a supportive ecosystem right here in our community, where businesses can feel welcome, engaged, connected, and empowered to thrive. And we heard this was a big need in our business roundtables that we hosted twice last year.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Jerry. Questions or comments? Councillor Timms. Oh, you're next. Sorry, Councillor Timms. Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. You have to get up really early in the morning to get ahead of Councillor Belanger reading all those reports. I thought I was like super on top of it. But I never mind going second and hearing what you have to say, Councillor Belanger. I also understand that there is a challenge for funding overall, but I was really disappointed when I read that our request for some more localized support came back with a request for additional funding with quite a good good-sized price tag. I really feel that the data to the low uptake from our community really speaks to how this SBEC has not been serving us well. We heard from our business community loud and clear, the first roundtable 1 year ago today, and I was looking at those pictures of how many people turned out to that they are hungry for more support, and there is an onus on all municipalities to build a vibrant and thriving business community. We're also seeing something quite interesting happening with our local business associations becoming more energized and growing and wanting to provide additional services themselves. We are not just trying to serve our residents when we build an appropriate thriving business community, but we're also building the tax base that takes the pressure off the residents when we can budget in more with our commercial tax base. I don't think I'm saying that very well, but we need, and said we were going to build up a stronger business community to take the pressure off residential property taxes. I'm much in favor, but I do realize that we are going to be challenged with our current capacity. So I'm really looking forward to a staff report that explores a Wasaga Beach service model for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. And will now, any response from staff on that? No? Oh, Jerry?
No, Your Worship, just other than we'll explore more options, just the three. I think there's other ones out there, but we did enough investigation to leave us comfortable that there could be a working model different than the one we have today that can serve us better tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. One of my questions was just about, where does the Chamber of Commerce fit in with all of this? They have a mandate, and they have taglines like, advocacy and education and whatnot. And is this something that you would want to partner with the Chamber for? Is this something that should be in the Chamber's hands or should be in the town's hands? I'm unclear as to what the difference is between what you're proposing and what the Chamber should be offering.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd say the Chamber provides a lot more networking opportunities for our businesses. They did start lunch and learns as well recently. So they are offering some education. The difference between that and what we're discussing with business support here in Wasaga Beach would be one-on-one support, where they dig into the deep roots of like their business plans, their business model, the services that the businesses provide. It's a lot more detailed support than what the Chamber currently provides. They could potentially be a partner, and it's something that Jerry and I will explore. But at this time, they do not offer those services.
Follow-up, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Worship. A lot of the theme of today's conversations have centered around, like, how much is this going to cost? And, where can we, find synergies, and where can we keep this reasonable? And I guess, if you've got $17,000 that we're already spending on, we're just spending, I don't know what we're getting for it. And that opportunity arises to bring it internally, but is $17,000 enough to even get this ambition off the ground?
Through Your Worship to Councillor White. So the starting numbers with the Sandbox Centre were just slightly more than that. So our answer is yes, we can. We see one model for sure where we can get out of the gate with a modest increase to this in around that $23,000 to $25,000 mark. So it'd be a similar spend, but I think a greater upside to municipality and our businesses.
Thank you, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Snell. Next is Councillor Eagle, then Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you for this report, Terry and Caitlin. I'm pretty familiar with SBEC, and they've built a really good network, with other organizations through the years they've been operating. And what they've assembled just cannot be duplicated right now here in Wasaga Beach. We'd have to use the same ones. So I'm talking about the Angel Investors Network, the Henry Benrick and Georgian College, and so forth. And not to mention the county and provincial governments, we need that funding. So in the statistics provided, the number of consultations by Wasaga businesses over the 4 years was 495, compared to Collingwood with 1,857. But the implication is that Wasaga businesses do not seek consultations as often as Collingwood businesses. But this representation does not take into account the wide disparity between the number of businesses in each location. Collingwood may have as many as 3 times as many business establishments as Wasaga Beach, so we really can't compare that number. But the number 2 pilot program option seems far more prudent to me. Working with SBEC to create a satellite office in Wasaga makes sense. I know I'd heard that rumbling around a while ago, and I thought that, to me, really makes sense for us to have a satellite office here, because it's going to take years for Wasaga to attract and develop the kind of entrepreneurs and startup businesses that the SBEC serves. The new hotel with conference facilities, the TPAL with all its amazing spaces, and the new community hub, that will set the stage for that vibrant, thriving business community, that we're all imagining. I just think we just aren't there yet. So now I say, we keep the funds flowing to SBEC and give the business community a chance to respond and express their preferences. And our future lies, I think, in cooperation, as it has with Collingwood, to work along with them and with cooperation. So that's how I feel on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Rigo. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, sort of just a clarification. Councillor Rigo, I think might misunderstand, as Jerry, you were saying in your report, that SBEC is not working, that we're not getting the service that we're needing, the value, and that you guys have explored bringing them in as a further partner and utilizing the TPAL space. And again, that has kind of fallen flat, and that's not what you're recommending? Just for clarification?
Yes, correct, for sure. I think our community needs at least 1 day a week presence here in Wasaga Beach. I do know that, my former life politically, they were local ones were 1 day a week in the town hall of Penetanguishene, and the residents took a huge uplift on that. So I think having support within your own boundaries of your own municipality makes a huge difference. A pilot program at 2 days a month, 6 months, I don't think will cut it. I appreciate Councillor Eagle's points, and I agree with what she's saying, but I would think that as we grow, as the hotel comes and we develop our beachfront and we develop our main street, entrepreneurs will naturally migrate to that, and I think those business cases will come to them easier than they did in the past. And so for those new businesses coming in with interest, with a solid business case, how do we launch them and help them get to the finish line? Because what's left unaddressed in these reports is how many of these businesses actually started a conversation with the SBEC that actually opened their doors. So I don't have that type of data, so I don't know, are they successful 1 in 10 or 1 in 2 or 1 for 1? I have no idea what that number may be, but I do know Community Futures, for instance, has angels investors. I do know the Sandbox Center in Barrie actually launched, and they actually, to Councillor White's point, engaged the Chamber of Commerce and a few other, the Rotaries and a few others groups in there that are involved in enterprises in town and including the city to get that going. So there's a model out there, I think, that works better. My sense is that model's there. I need to explore it a little bit more. But truthfully, that we've got from now until I think it's the end of September with the SBEC, so it gives Caitlin and I some runway to look at this. And if we don't find a better option, we can come back to the council and say, hey, maybe we do move forward with SBEC. But I think better models exist, and I think our next report will validate that thought.
Thank you for that clarification. And to Councillor White's point, we have the Chamber, we have the Wasaga Beach Women's Business, we've got the new tourism group that's popping up. So I think it'll be important to have conversations with them to see what gaps they're looking to fill so that we eliminate any duplication. And my other thought is that in order to sort of take us from the 17 that the taxpayers have been typically investing in our businesses, in fact, to the point of what it's going to actually cost. I think if we put our creative thinking hats on, for example, insurance companies, banks, they're all going to want to get in front of business owners. So maybe there's a little welcome package that comes with every appointment, and that's given to them, and they pay to get into that bag to help cover that gap. And also to the business owner, you know, if you're looking to open a business and you're serious, putting $100 or $50 for the appointment, a little bit of skin in the game, isn't going to hurt either. I think we need to look creatively to see how we can finance this initiative. And my last point is, to your point about what's going to happen once we start to open up more commercial space, 1,000% agree with you. I was getting my nails done last night, and at Chick Nails, they've got their second location on Main Street, and she was telling me that it took almost a year for them to find, to free up a second location space to get onto over here to the east side. So there isn't a lot of commercial opportunities, and I think once that does become available, we are going to see a big wave of businesses that are going to want to come here. So I agree with you, and I feel this is an essential service for our community.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Eagle. Okay, good. Anyone else have any questions or comments? All right, thank you very much. You know, I wonder if this isn't a chamber initiative. I understand why the municipality does it, but I'm wondering if it isn't a chamber initiative. And maybe those conversations should be had with the Chamber of Commerce. The other thing I'd like to know is 15%, I think I heard, so 15% equates to what number of businesses from Wasaga Beach? Was it 400? 15% of the consultations they did were from Wasaga Beach. How does that equate to number of businesses they actually helped in? Or do we know?
So, yeah, so I think, Your Worship, so the 15% is, you know, the total consultations for, 2022. So we are 15% of that total. I haven't got that added up here, but it looks like.
And that total was what, Jerry?
I'm going to tell you it's probably around 3,000 in total.
In total, and we were 15% of that?
Correct, yes.
So about 450?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got that.
What I'd really like to know is that 450, to understand and realize whether this service works, is 450 businesses or consultations great? A, how many of those businesses actually came to fruition, and how many of those businesses survived more than a year or two? It's easy to open a business. I mean, anybody can go tomorrow and open a business if they got a couple dollars. The hard part's staying in business. And so, because if we're providing a service that just helps people get the door open, but they're not here in 6 months or a year, then what's the point? If anything, we're just helping create that heartache and pain for the individual that's opened that door. So I think before I'm prepared to move forward with any of this, I'd really like to know some of those stats. A, how many, if it's 450, how many of them actually opened, and how many survived more than a year or two? That's a very telling number for me. So I'd like to see that information. In the meantime, I would agree that I think we stay status quo for this year. It gives staff time, or the runway, as you say, Mr. Deputy CAO, for you and Caitlin to look at this, and also to get that information and bring back a more fulsome report to council so we can understand, you know, are we getting what we should be getting for those kinds of dollars? And is this a service that we should be providing or working towards, or should we be speaking with someone like the Chamber or whomever to, I look at this and say this should be right up the Chamber's alley. I mean, this is about supporting local business and also probably help them get memberships. So those are my comments. So we do have a recommended motion that the report titled Town of Wasaga Beach Small Business Support to Council Meeting of May 16, 2024 be received, and that the Council direct the Deputy CAO to investigate alternative methods for delivering full-time in-person business support services, and that the town discontinue funding to the South Georgian-based Small Business Enterprise Center, SBEC, in 2025, aligning with the exploration of alternative options. I have a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Tim.
Your Worship, sorry, if I could maybe suggest a friendly amendment, rather than full-time in person, change that to dedicated.
Dedicated, okay. We're all good with that? All right, no issue there. Mover. Sure.
Sorry, as I understand it, it says to cancel the contract, or to cancel the arrangement, notify SBEC that we're discontinuing the partnership. Is that premature based on some direction provided or suggestions provided in terms of fleshing out the options? Should we cut our partnership before we fully complete our research with recommendations?
It's a good point. Chair?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess we could adjust that slightly. I do want to be fair to the aspect that at least we're considering not going beyond this year. So, I looked maybe to the clerk for some verbiage, but I would like to, in fairness to Collingwood, in the aspect, say, our opportunity right now is to continue on for this year. We're going to explore our options, of which you may be one, and we'll make a determination later on this year as to our move forward next steps.
Madam Clerk, anything you suggest or recommend in the verbiage then, so we can get this motion finished?
There's a couple options that we could consider. One would be to refer the report back to staff for further information. That's a motion to refer. Or we could simply pass the motion, and then in the report, it does outline that that staff will bring back a report with options. However, it would state that essentially the funding would stop for 2025 if we were to continue with this motion.
So I think by referring this back to staff, the Deputy CEO can fulfill his obligation and his feeling in letting them know that we are considering it. It's been referred back for more information. You can go to them, ask for the information that we're looking for, how many of those businesses survived, didn't survive, so on and so forth. Give them a heads up, and that may help them to change their mind as well of moving forward. So I think a referral is probably best. So we'll need a motion to refer.
Yes, Your Worship. So if the mover and seconder agree to withdraw the motion.
Mover and seconder, do you agree to withdraw? Sorry, we're
to withdraw.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, we've got to answer the question by the mover and the seconder first, which was Councillor DeLeo. You would agree to withdraw, Councillor Timms? It wasn't you, was it? It was Councillor White? Who seconded the motion? No, I asked for a mover and a seconder. It was Councillor DeLeo, and I thought it was Councillor Timms.
My Deputy Clerk, the
Yes,
seconder.
Yes, that is correct, Your Worship. It was Timms.
Okay, all right. So, Councillor Timms, do you agree to withdraw? Okay, so we've got them both agreeing to withdraw.
Excellent. So the motion to consider for referral, that council refer the Town of Wasaga Beach small business support back to staff for additional information.
Okay, now we'll go to the Deputy Mayor for question or comment. Did you want to? No? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through you, Mayor. I'm wondering if, and I don't know what's possible, you're talking to our businesses all the time, but...
Sorry, Councillor,
Sorry.
1 second.
For a matter of procedure, and I'm just verifying that I'm correct here, bear with me.
Are you looking at deferral versus referral?
Thank you.
I think deferral is no longer debate or comment, but referral we can.
That is right. So this is not debatable. So if we could just vote on the motion, and it'd be a recorded vote for the referral.
On a referral as well, okay. So no comment or debate. You've heard the question that the clerk is, and the motion for a referral. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? It is moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. You still agree with that, Councillor Timms? All right. I'll let you call the vote.
Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Motion carries unanimously for the referral.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to 10.13, Developing Wasaga Beach Filming Industry. And this item was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor Timms, and Councillor Ego. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, through you, the mayor. Again, this had fairly detailed information about a short-term strategic plan and a longer-term strategic plan. The longer-term strategic plan had potentially some significant investment. And then again, on the short term, it said there was no financial implication. And I did have conversation, and my understanding is that with existing staff, we might be able to very easily work with the Business Tourism Association and take some photographs of possible sites and those type of things. And I'm certainly all in favor of that. But I think what I'm seeing on a regular basis is we have so many opportunities in this town, and we're very lean. And we have just an absolute amazing number of priorities and initiatives on board. And every time we take one of these on, we're saying, oh, okay, well, you know, we can do that too. But, and then everybody's coming back and saying, yeah, but we need more staff to do it. So I think we sort of need to regroup and understand if there's really low-hanging fruit that's low effort, low capital expense, potential good benefit, I'm all for it. But if we're putting workload onto a team member that already has a full-time job and more, I just have concerns. I'll trust our leadership team to manage all that. I plan on supporting this, but again, I just want to be cautious that we're not putting somebody on one thing and taking them off something else that we already said was really important, so.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any response from staff? Okay, go ahead, Caitlin.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I do believe this is low-hanging fruit. I think it really is low effort for staff to take advantage of this opportunity. And I really do think it's going to be great opportunity for economic growth in our community for the amount of work that goes into it. And I do think that this initiative can easily fit into the work plan between myself and Anna Olson, the Economic Development Coordinator. So I appreciate the concerns, but I definitely do think this one fits in well.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Caitlin will now go on to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I just really had some comments. I'm pretty excited about this opportunity. I would like to salute the Wasaga Business and Tourism Association for initiating the conversation and for staff to taking it up so quickly with such enthusiasm. I really feel as a town with a challenged tourism sector, no real manufacturing, few large employers, attracting this industry will be a big win for Wasaga Beach. I see some great economic potential with jobs and skills creation, and also there's that civic pride factor that comes from this. I know from firsthand, having had a movie filmed in a business that I owned, that when the movie crews come to town, it's really exciting. So I like this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Now going on to Councillor Eagle.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Yes, Caitlin, thank you for this report. It was an exciting one to read. I liked your graphics. And yes, kudos to the Wasaga Beach Tourist Association and working with the town together. I think that's what we need. We have that talent out there, and to work together, I think, will help lighten the load. And when we have that expertise out there, to try and understand this huge talent pool that we have in this area. And I was reading a bit about Ontario Creates, and you put it in your report, because I was trying to understand what Ontario Creates is, and I know you have a connection up there with North Bay. So as I understand it, it's a library that the film and the TV industry will connect with to see what talent and location Ontario has, right? It's like that. So the towns, it's not just we're looking for locations, it's the talent we have here, whether it's stylists, hairdressers, caterers, the locations. So then they register with Ontario Creates to know that we have that pool here. So it's kind of like a resource for them, correct? Yeah. So that when you work with somebody, then you'll have a, like that in your portfolio? Does it work like that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I caught the last question there.
Yes, so the Ontario Creates, people apply to that. So then will the town keep that as a register for us to know what we have out there as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly. So we could use it as a resource as well. Anyone can go on the site and utilize the inventory that's on there. And one of the initiatives that we have in our short-term strategies is really building out that inventory. So.
Thanks. One talent I just heard of just the other day, actually, it's one that was exciting. He's one of our residents, is an accomplished photographer, and he has over 2,000 images of the beach back in history. Like, that's quite a portfolio to have here for us. So, and now, I just got this last night, so one of the volunteers shared a recent meeting with 2 film directors and writers, and he said there is a ton of people in this area involved in the industry, and he was very excited to hear that Wasaga Beach is going after this and that we're actually registering in this. And I was also thinking geographically, we're in a terrific position for this. Like, yes, we know we're the hour and a half out of Toronto, but that we are en route, not too far off the beaten path to North Bay, where they're putting a lot of money in as well. So I think geographically, it works well in our favor. So I really appreciate all the work everybody's doing on this, so thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any other questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was really excited when it was brought forward with the Wasaga Beach tourism, and it was Kathy Lane, and then Andrew, you spoke about it, and you said that it was in the process of you applying for the film crew to come here, if we can apply, correct? Was that the same meeting?
Repeat your question, Councillor?
When the Wasaga Beach Tourism Board brought that motion forward, it was Kathy Lane that actually introduced it, and then you agreed. And I said it was a great idea. I was excited because we have something unique on Wasaga Beach, and that's the Wasaga Beach Cruisers. All those antique cars, they're so high in demand for the film crew. So that's a plus, a major plus for Wasaga Beach, and I applaud. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor. CAO McNeil.
Yeah, I'll keep a short response. So the benefit of getting involved here is what we learned in our discussions is film crews have a little bit of a road show. They don't just come to Wasaga Beach to shoot a film, or they don't just go to Collingwood to shoot a film. They look for a region, and they may shoot one day in Collingwood, the next day in Meaford, the next day in Wasaga Beach. So they're already here in our area, so getting this in that system is actually quite important. And you do need to work with all your neighbors. This could be a courtroom episode in here. We could have hockey shot in T-Pow. So we have a lot of resources in our community that are quite unique. Not many have a beach like we have for movies and film, et cetera. So we've got a lot of assets that could be quite interesting in this industry.
Guilty as charged, Andrew. All right, any other questions or comments? Councillor Wright.
Just a fun stat, while we were sitting here chatting, I do remember when I was up at the Village one night, there were some rock stars up there because they were filming a video down on the beachfront. I never knew what the video was, but anyways, I just Googled it. And it was Get Rich or Die Trying by 50 Cent. But what's more interesting is the IMDb website that has like all the film and music industry, whatever, stats, has 14 references of Wasaga Beach to use as a shooting location for either film or music video. If you look at some of the titles, you will know some of them. It's quite interesting. So it's already happening. So.
Absolutely. As I've said before, back in the mid-'70s or to late '70s, there was a when the provincial park finished the pedestrian mall and the boardwalk that was out towards the point, there was a movie, part of a movie shot here. I think it was called Leopard in the Snow, and it starred Robert Redford. So it was quite an event for Wasaga Beach back then. I mean, I think every citizen in the town, all 4,700 at that time, I think, were down at the beach watching that. It was snowing very lightly while they were building sandcastles and out in the water. So it was quite unique. And then there was another film done here about a motorcycle gang going down the beachfront as well. And several music videos have incorporated parts of Wasaga Beach. So I agree. I think this is low-hanging fruit. I applaud the Wasaga Beach, help me out here, the Wasaga Beach Business and Tourism Association, thank you, for bringing us together with this organization, and their presentation was very well done. And they were very clear that it's really low-hanging fruit. You just got to spend a little time and get a lot of photos done and get it out there on the right sites. And hopefully Wasaga Beach will become the Hollywood North So I support this wholeheartedly. All right, we do have a motion that the report titled Development with Wasaga Beach Film Industry to the council meeting of May 16, 2024 be received, and that council directs staff to advance the development of the Wasaga Beach film industry by initiating the implementation of short-term strategies as outlined in the staff report. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Ego and Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk.
Me again. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to 11.1.2, and this was pulled by Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. This communication from the City of Peterborough caught my eye, and it is a request for a bill amendment to the Ombudsman's Act to provide municipalities with sufficient particulars on investigations in the Ombudsman's annual report so that municipalities can use the information to improve their practices. From my understanding, they are not asking for private information, but a general understanding of the complaints that they looked into, only with the use to make things better within the municipality. I'm willing to make a motion to support this request.
All right. You want to make a motion for? To support the letter, okay.
To support the letter to the Honorable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
All right, so I'll look to Madam Clerk. We have a mover. We just need a seconder, correct?
Yes, and I have a motion prepared in anticipation.
All right. So we have a move by Councillor Timms. Do we have someone to second this? Councillor Ego. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. That the Council for the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the City of Peterborough in the request to the province to introduce a bill to amend the Ombudsman Act to require the Ombudsman to provide each municipality, if requested, sufficient particulars of each investigation, matter, or case respecting the municipality that is referred to in each of the Ombudsman's annual reports. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the City of Peterborough, Minister Calandra, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've heard the question. Any other comments? All right. Call the vote.
Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to 11.1.3. This is the April 23-24 City of St. Catharines request to support provincial regulations to restrict keeping of non-native exotic wild animals. And this is pulled by Councillor DeLeo. Councillor DeLeo?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm in full support of the provincial regulation to restrict the keeping of non-native exotic wild animals. Therefore, I would like the town to submit a letter of support for this matter.
All right, thank you. So we have a mover by Councillor Timms. Do we have someone to second this? Oh, sorry, Councillor DeLeo, my apologies. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Do we have a motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship, that the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach hereby supports the City of St. Catharines in their petition to the Province of Ontario to implement provincial regulations to restrict the possession, breeding, and use of non-native exotic animals and licensed zoos in order to guarantee fair and consistent application of policy throughout Ontario for the safety of Ontario's citizens and the non-native exotic wild population. And therefore, it be resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the City of St. Catharines, Premier of Ontario, Ontario Minister for Natural Resources and Forestry, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Very much, Madam Clerk. We have a mover and a seconder on this. You've heard the question. No other comments or questions? All right, call the vote, please.
Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And moving on to item number 14, recommendations arising from boards and committees. We have no recommendations at this time. Item number 15 is council requested staff reports as listed in the attached documents. Any questions or comments on the staff reports? Seeing none, moving on to item number 14, notices of motion. We have none filed with the clerk at this time.
Sorry, Your Worship. Sorry. Oh. We're okay?
I thought we needed to have a couple.
Through your worship, I believe Councillor DeLeo was looking at a staff report with regards to feasibility of providing paper parking licenses. Permits, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor DeLeo.
I'd like to request a staff report on the feasibility of offering paper resident parking process in addition to digital parking passes, or offer the feasibility of allowing residents to register a second license plate to accommodate family vehicles.
All right, thank you. We need a seconder for that motion. Someone to second that question? Do you have a question, Councillor?
I have a comment and I'm going to second it. Can I do that?
You can second it, and then you can comment.
I'd like to second that.
All right, seconded by Councillor White. Comments?
Thank you. A great conversation with Councillor DeLeo regarding this topic. The Honk Mobile online registration for license plates is a really great way of managing this this program, and I think it's very forward-thinking, and that's very much applauded. However, there are instances where family members might use a car that's not necessarily registered at the address for their own personal use down at the beach. I'll give you an example, which was your example, Councillor DeLeo, of somebody who's, you know, they're visiting their parents up here and they use the children's car because it's maybe bigger, or they have a car to go to the beach and therefore would have the parents with them and be able to go with their parking pass. But because it's basically registered to a license plate and not a residence, you can't transfer it around. So I guess this request would say that maybe some residents, if they choose to, could register one other vehicle or whatever, just to get around this. We don't want to hand out paper parking passes because those are easily transferred around by hospitality providers and whatnot. So this was an interesting way of looking at this. So this is why this motion is before you today.
Thank you, Councillor. What other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I need to hear the motion because I thought I heard provincial park in there somewhere and paper passes.
Okay, can we, do you have the motion, Councillor, or sorry, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and just for clarity, this is to request a staff report with the details that I'll allow Councillor DeLeo to explain again.
Okay, so Councillor, you want to explain it again, and then you have a motion to take it to a report, correct? Okay, Councillor?
Do I have to read the motion, or can I explain?
No, I think we're looking for an explanation and understanding, correct, Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think if we're just approving a request for a staff report, then that's fine. I just wasn't quite sure what you were asking.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor DeLeo.
All right, thank you.
May I elaborate?
Please go ahead, Councillor DeLeo.
We've had several residences, actually quite a bit, requesting paper parking passes. Some have more than one car in the family, some have more than two, but the majority of them say when their kids come up, like Councillor White was saying, when their kids come up and they want to use the minivan, they have children, they can't give them their parking pass, even though the parents are going with them. So either we can do both as an option, supply paper for people that request the paper, and digital for people that request digital. But as Councillor White was also mentioning, if we can allow with Honk Mobile, so if the kids come up, can we immediately have the people go online and register another license plate, allow one more license plate to be registered on that household? This way, it's a win-win for everyone.
All right, any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor. I think this is a classic case of where we had paid parking. We recognize that residents would really appreciate not having to pay for parking. And now we're going to say that now we want residents' children to be able to park for free when they visit Wasaga Beach, whether the parents are with them or with not. There's no way of policing that. We're really opening it up to people all wanting another paper ballot. So basically, I would possibly entertain if a staff report came back and said, if they want to pay, as we did before, $25 to get a paper parking sticker that can be transferred in addition to what's registered to a plate with a Wasaga Beach address, that could be cost-effective for Wasaga Beach. But to just say they could register any plate additionally with a non-Wasaga Beach address, it just opens us up to, yeah, that's what it is. If the minivan would not be a Wasaga Beach address, it would be a children's address.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Councillor Ego?
Yes, number one, I understood, or that we would not do it paper, it would be by Honkmobile, and that car would be registered by Honkmobile. And I get what Councillor DeLeo is saying too. I've had many people come to me, and it really is about car seats in vans and that type of thing. So it's on honk, not paper, so people can't be transferring it about. And I agree, I can see if you want to add $25, but that'll be all on the report perhaps. $25 to have one extra vehicle? Sure.
All right, Councillor White?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship.
I'm sorry, Councillor, just a second, didn't see you, Andrew, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let you know, there is the capability of having more than one license plate tied to an address, so that capability does exist. There's also the option of family can buy a yearly pass for $45. It's not expensive. But if council wants to expand the criteria beyond residents, I mean, we'll obviously bring a report back. I will share with you that through this process, we have learned about a lot of misuse of the paper tags that was going on in the community. I won't get into all of that. We can share some of that when the report comes back.
All right, thank you, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Belanger comment, it's not about registering any other vehicle. It's about registering one more vehicle to your thing, because to register a vehicle to your Honk Mobile right now, it needs to be a vehicle at that address, right? So this isn't something to do that. And the reason why adding it to Honk Mobile and not having the paper, so that it can't be passed around. So you have one, like, it's not like it's a free-for-all of getting that. But anyways, that will come back in the report. I'm sure our bylaw will put a great report together, but that's the stipulation is looking for a way to have that extra vehicle permitted under the homeowner.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor, anyone else before I go back to Councillor Belanger have a question or a comment on this? All right, Councillor Belanger.
I'm somewhat confused. Just in follow-up to our CAOs, I have 3 vehicles. I was able to put all 3 plates into honk. They're all registered to a Wasaga Beach address. So it's free parking for a Wasaga Beach resident, regardless which vehicle I'm driving. If one of your children comes out of the city, that vehicle is not a Wasaga Beach vehicle. To register it to a Wasaga Beach resident's address with honk, what we're saying is a non-resident gets free parking. And that was not the intent of the program. And I think what we would have is we would have all kinds of people wanting to register one more plate for a non-Wasaga Beach resident. And I'm saying, I believe, and for the taxpayers that just want to park using their own vehicle, that should be at least an additional cost, because free parking is a cost to the Wasaga Beach taxpayer.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Timms, or sorry, Councillor DeLeo?
I just need to clarify. With Honk Mobile, I thought you were only allowed to put 2. So you can put up to 5. Okay, I was not aware of that. Okay, thank you.
Other comments? Councillor Timms?
I was just going to also say you can also get a permit for your trailers and your motorcycles, so it's a pretty good program.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the intent of this free parking for residents was to reward our residents of Wasaga Beach free parking. It was never intended, in my thought or opinion, to be for the resident, for the residents' children, for the residents' grandchildren, for their aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters. It's for the residents. We rely heavily annually on parking fees in this municipality to help reduce the tax burden. You know, residents have been asking for free parking for a long time, and I'm proud and happy to say that this council recognized that, and we allowed that right away. But if you're, you know, my daughter lives in Wyvale. If she comes here and we go to the beach together, or she uses my vehicle to go to the beach, she's going to get to be able to park for free. But if she wants to go in her own vehicle, she's not a resident, she should pay. It's really that simple. And for $53, I think, tax included, you can buy a seasonal parking pass for Wasaga Beach, when a day, to park here for a day is $40 or whatever. So it's really a good deal. So, you know, at the end of the day, what we know is that the more you do, the more people want. And we're all, that's me, that's you, that's everybody. But the intent of this was for our residents. It wasn't for everybody else. And we have learned, as the CAO said, through this, you know, bringing this to Honk Mobile as opposed to paper tags that hang in your car, there was a lot of abuse of this. I think we used to sell 2,500 parking passes a year. When they became free, we gave out over 14,000, which also took weeks, more than a month, of several staff member and treasury in order to make that happen. It was very costly. Doing it this way, you can have up to 5 vehicles if they belong to that address. So if you are at home and you have 2 teenage sons and 2 teenage daughters, and they've each got a car, you can register them all. But if your family wants to come up and use the minivan or the Expedition as opposed to, you know, the pickup truck that Grandma and Grandpa own, well, then they can buy a parking pass annually for $53. So they can park 10 times for the price of one, basically. Or they can take Papa's pickup truck, whichever. So I struggle to expand this any further than it is, and I get it. I've received the calls and the emails as well. A couple actually have been not very pleasant, because this is how I put it back to them. This is not about anything other than our residents. And so I cannot support this, and quite frankly, I can't even support sending this back to staff to spend more time and resources for a report to come back and tell us what we probably already know. So that's my thoughts on this. Did you have something to add, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, because I agree with your sentiments in regards to this program and what it was intended for, is it of value to put a vote on the floor in terms of whether or not to send this back to staff? Or has that been completed? Like, we haven't voted on, we had a first and a seconder, but not a vote yet? Just a thought.
Correct. So what Councillor DeLeo is asking is for a report to come back from staff on expanding this program. We have a mover and a seconder, I believe.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Worship. DeLeo and second by White.
All right, so we have a mover and a seconder, so we'll put that to a vote, and if it passes, it passes. If it fails, then we go back to the original motion. All right? All right, so Madam Clerk, can you read the question one more time with respect to the report?
Yes, I will ask for it from Councillor DeLeo. Your notes, Rebecca. And I just want to remind Council that it's well within any councillor's purview to request a recorded vote on the request for the staff report. So the motion on the floor is to request a staff report on the feasibility of offering parking passes in addition to the digital passes, allowing residents to register a second license plate to accommodate family vehicles.
So I'm struggling with that as it's written, because it's asking them to, I mean, it's very ambiguous. It says to register a second license plate for family vehicles. We can already do that if the family lives at the residence,
Non-resident.
right? So it needs to be clear as a non-resident.
Excellent. That amendment's been made.
All right, thank you. You've heard the question. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, can you call the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
There hasn't been a recorded vote requested unless,
Okay, all right, so no recorded vote requested. I'll call the question. All in favor? All in favor? No, in favor of a report. All in favor of a report, going back to staff to bring a report back on this. All right, those opposed? All right, motion is defeated. We'll now go to the original motion.
nope, that's,
That's it, we're done. All right, thank you. And that's the final one of the day. All right. Councillor Timms?
Worship, I have a question. Were we not going to ask for some staff reports, one being on the Windrow program and another one, I've forgotten which topic?
through you, your worship, yes, we're in that section of the agenda, so we just considered the parking pass, and now I believe Councillor DeLeo has another request. Your worship, if you were to oblige.
Yes, so we just went back to 15 to request that staff report. Now we're at number 16, notices of motion.
We're still within council's requested staff reports.
Oh, we have another one. I'm sorry, my apologies. By Councillor DeLeo. All right, Councillor.
The Belanger. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to request a motion for a revised update staff report for the snow removal financial assistance program. Thank you.
All right, and we talked about this earlier in the day. No, we talked about it earlier in the day, but we put it off to bring it back to a request for staff report. And you have a
motion?
A motion, thank you.
That staff bring back a report on the snow removal assistance program, considering the feasibility and impact of removing the guaranteed income requirement, use of the surplus from the 2023 program, and raising the program reimbursement amount.
All right, you've heard the motion. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms. Do we need a recorded vote on this? No one's asked for a recorded vote. All in favor? Opposed? That motion carries 6-1. Sorry, you were opposed? Oh, sorry, 5-2. Any other requests for motions? Councillor Belanger, did you have a request for motion? No. Or a request for a staff report?
No, I have a request for adjournment.
All right, before we go into closed session, I understand Deputy Mayor Snell, you wanted to make a comment?
Just super fast, thank you, Your Worship. I'm sure as we've all been driving through the community, we're noticing our beautiful gardens really being improved with fresh mulch and trimming. And I just wanted to thank the Parks Division, Daryl Kekowicz and Steve Weir. And thank you so much for the great work in the gardens. Really looking good. Thank you.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. All right, we're now moving on to item number 17, which is closed session. We have...
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I just interrupt? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead,
Mayor.
Chris.
Back to the asks about staff reports. Do we want to report with regards to City View? Jocelyn had mentioned that, so that's...
Oh, right, and Jocelyn's not here. So we've now backed up. We do have another report that was requested, that's correct. And that was requested by Councillor Belanger for the City View, correct? Madam Clerk?
That staff be directed to bring back a report on the implementation and status of the City View software program.
Good with that, Councillor Belanger?
If I could, and just to amend as the expectation of benefits.
Okay, including the expectation of the benefits from that. All right, we have a mover, Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Nick, can we now go into closed session? Anybody else have something? Chris, you good? All right. Kevin, you good back there? All right. It's been a long day, we're getting a little punch drunk here. All right, item number 17 is closed session, and we do have a motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the May 16, 2024 council meeting will move back into closed session to consider the following matters: 17.1.2, Fernbrook Hall lease negotiations at 1888 Klondike Park Road, 17.1.3 OPP Detachment Board appointment, and 17.1.4 a beachfront property matter. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councilor Eagle, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We'll take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll come back to closed session.
Your Worship, we are now live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We're coming out of closed session, and I will now look to our clerk for a rise and report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on May 16th to discuss the following matters. 17.1.1, compensation review, management and non-union employees. As a result of that discussion, staff direction was provided to return with a staff report on the compensation review to a future open session meeting of Council. Council discussed item 17.1.2, Fernbrook Hall lease negotiations. As a result of that discussion, staff direction was provided, and a report will return to a future open session meeting of Council with regards to a lease of the Fernbrook Hall. Item 17.1.3, OPP Detachment Board appointment was discussed. As a result of that, the following motion is before Council for consideration. That Council appoints Dan Trafford to the Huronia West OPP Detachment Board. If I could get a mover and seconder, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council discussed item 17.1.4, a beachfront property matter. As a result of that discussion, the following motions are before Council. That Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to engage legal counsel to make an application to the court for a vesting order for the town-owned lands known as Allenwood Beach, and that Council approve the unbudgeted legal costs estimated at $15,000 to a maximum of $80,000 associated with the vesting order process to be funded from the legal reserve, and that the Chief Administrative Officer and legal counsel be directed to issue a without prejudice notice to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks and Ministry of the Attorney General that the town will assume responsibility for operations of the town-owned lands known as Allenwood Beach effective immediately. If I can get a mover and seconders.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder on this, please? Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now moving on to number 18 on the agenda, bylaws. A recommended motion that the bylaws 2024-29, 2024-30, 2024-31, 2024-32, and 2024-33 be received and to be deemed and read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered the 16th day of May 2024. Any questions or comments here? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And this meeting is adjourned at, it feels like 7, at 5:44 p.m.